Okay. Welcome, everybody, back to the fiscal year 2025 budget hearings. I'd look for a motion to reconvene.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Drew, seconded by Laster. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion carries. First on our agenda is the Central States Fairgrounds, and I'll recognize John.
John. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Kaiser, Central States Fair. Ron Jeffries is currently on a motorcycle trip, so that tags me in as far as being here. First time presenting to you guys on this, so please forgive me if I'm a little new at it. But we did submit our request earlier, and I do have Rhonda Tagg, our finance officer, here if you guys have any questions on that. What I also put in front of you are some numbers for the event center HVAC system, which I'm also looking for help funding. So I'll open it up to questions you guys may have. At least about just the general budget request.
Is there any questions from the board? I will tell you, John, we have scheduled another hearing work session for the commission on, I believe, did we pick July 18th at 8 a.m. in the morning?
Board hasn't made an official motion yet,
But-
sir, but that is the date and the time that
That's
we're
what-
looking at.
That's what we're looking at. So, you know, you do have a lot of information in here, and so I would suggest that if commissioners have questions, that they reach out to you or Ron between now and then.
Okay. Do you want me to could just touch on the HVAC real quick?
Yes, please do.
Okay. As you guys know, the event center was built sometime around 2004. In that time, it has been a tremendous staple for this community as far as the facility goes. By far our most utilized facility that we have on the fairgrounds. We obviously program every night during the Black Hill Stock Show, and then operationally, it runs about 48 weekends out of the year, out of the 52 weekends. So the staff has definitely done a good job keeping that building going and also making improvements as our budget allows. Obviously, things have gotten more expensive as far as operation and maintenance go for facilities, and we have quite a few of them. We did upgrade the chairs in there, you know, as fiscally as possible. We made a partnership with the Civic Center to redo the chairs, since those chairs that were in there were discontinued. And we've kind of also made some additions to the bar areas and just continued to make the place nicer and nicer. With that being said, much like the chairs, the HVAC has also ran its course in that facility. It's the same one that's been in there since the building was constructed. It's basically comprised of 6 makeup air units with ductwork that span across. At the time, it was a good system, but as we've kind of seen the building come to fruition as far as what it serves, we need something that's probably a little bit more climate controlled, and humidity is obviously a big one, controlling the humidity. So what you're seeing in front of you, I reached out to a local company here just to put together a proposal, an idea of what the facility needs as far as helping mitigate dust and the humidity. And this is what they came back with. You'll see basically they're 2 outdoor 20-foot units. What that's going to do is it's going to help us maintain them a lot better. Obviously, the 6 makeup air units we currently have are suspended up into the ceiling, which makes operations and maintenance on them quite difficult. 3 of those units are currently not working anymore, beyond repair, including one of them where the fan came off its deal and it wrapped itself around one of the drive shafts. So I mean, it's definitely ran its course. But these 2 20-foot units, they'd be outside, and they basically circulate up through the top and then return the air through the bottom and help keep that flowing, and obviously keep the operations and the maintenance on much more low cost since they're ground units. It would also eliminate all of the ductwork inside of the facility, which also kind of keeps the dust from having a place to collect and just kind of cleans up everything and really brings the building up to today's standards. Everything you've seen on there, which is kind of nice, is it's already pre-bid, for example. So they use the Omnia Partners, which is much like Sourcewell. It just allows you, in some aspect, to kind of, it does all the bidding for you, finds good local competitive bids and puts it together for you. But that would they would also remove all 6 units. It would actually have more power in the 2 of them than all 6 units currently do combined. And then they would also reuse those dampers on the north side and the fans on the south side to also help with the air circulation. So with that, you're kind of seeing that number, 945, 227. That does not include air conditioning, which is okay. But again, the dust control and the humidity mitigation are obviously the 2 things that have been on our topic since I've been here for almost 10 years. We've been talking about it, and we've invested back into controls to kind of help with the humidity by bringing outside air in, and that band-aided it for a few years. And then also having the stock show get 60-degree weather didn't hurt this last year. So we've been able to skate by, but it's getting harder and harder. And then also you'll see attached there are 2 separate quotes, which again, these are not bidded. These are just, I kind of tried to do an apples to apples as much as I could. But you'll see 2 quotes there for spray foam insulation. So the current insulation in there is batting that's either absorbed a lot of moisture from the humidity and is failing, or it's just 20 years old and is no longer withholding them. We've taken the Deb Hadcock approach by beautification, by just trying to cover them up with some nice sponsored scrims, and it's looked nice, but it's hard to justify just doing the HVAC without addressing the insulation issues as well. So in there you would see 2 of those bids that again aren't officially bid, but gives you a ballpark idea of what it would be to spray foam the sides and the ceilings. And you can do that over the existing stuff, which is kind of nice. Makes the whole process simpler. So
I do have one question, John.
yes, sir.
8 years ago, and I agreed with Ron Busker, we'd asked about a facilities fee for the event center, and we still don't have one, correct?
A facility fee,
To help with maintenance and upkeep.
like just adding an additional fee onto a ticket or something like that?
Yeah.
We have not implemented one as of yet. We, especially for the stock show, is about the only time we'd really be able to implement it, which we could look at for sure. But that's about the only item that we ticket for outside of the fair, I guess, but that we use extensively at the event center for would be the stock show.
I would again suggest take a good hard look at that, because if 8 years, even if it was a small amount, it would be able to, adds up over the years, for HVAC systems, because HVAC systems are life expectancy 20 to 25 years, so that's something a person's got to plan for in the future also. Even if you replace them now, we're looking at, another 20, 25 years, we're gonna have to do it again.
Right.
So, I just happen to agree with Buskard on that,
Sure.
and I think that's something that really needs to be taken a look at.
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
John, what's the footprint of that building, or just size?
Roughly including the warm-up building, it's about 400 by 300, so about 120,000 square feet.
400 by 300, okay. Just curious.
About 50,000 of that is the arena. 50,000 of it is arena.
Okay.
Yep.
At this time, is there any further questions from the board? Because it looks like the rest of your budget, you're doing a 3% increase.
Correct.
So the rest, it stayed the same, it's just you're adding 3%.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions from the board at this time? Seeing none, John, I think it'd probably be wise to be here on the 18th.
Very good. Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, John. So that's on the 18th, Lloyd?
I,
Just want to.
I want to, we haven't voted on it yet, so we'll,
Okay.
18th, 1/8.
That's a date that we're considering, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then would that be at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's for further budget discussion?
yeah. Further ask any more questions. And in between now and then, I'd recommend reaching out to departments if you have questions to get them direct answered, but that meeting will be for further discussion and direction. So that brings us up to ESCC 911, Kevin Cartley. Sorry, you're not Kevin.
Not Kevin. Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Olson, Deputy Director of Operations, ESCC. Kevin Carley is also on annual leave vacation. Otherwise, he'd be here with you today. He had it pre-planned prior to the dates being announced. I'll just go through and briefly give you some statistics for our year for 2023, some work we've been doing in our center, and a recap of the budget, and answer any questions you have. In 2023, we answered just over 74,000 911 calls, which was a 5% increase over 2022. We processed 370,000 calls for service, which was also a 5% increase in the previous year. This is consistent with the 25% increase in growth we've seen over the past 5 years. We're also projecting that to continue, and we're projecting a 25% growth in the next 5 years, and we're seeing that consistent with all of our user agencies as well. Our current staffing level of 58 FTEs, we have 10 open positions right now. Of those 10 open positions, 5 of them are new and have never been filled. We had 4 FTEs that were approved through as an expansion for Box Elder. They're going to be going to their own radio channel. Right now, they're operating off of the same channel as the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. With their increase in staffing, there's just too much radio traffic on that channel, so we'll have to provide another dispatcher to operate that channel. So we have those 4 FTEs that need to be filled yet, and then the other position is our technology manager, which was recently approved that we have not filled yet, and we're going to be opening that position this week. With our contract for Box Elder, adding that additional dispatcher has gone from $80,000 a year up to $165,000. And of our vacancies, we've seen usually we're at about a 10% for turnover. We've seen it go up to 17%, and most of the people that we've had leave have said it's because they want to do a regular 8 to 5 job Monday through Friday. We actually have one of the gals that left that's going to be returning to us, and we've seen that the shift differential pay that you approved for us, we thank you very much, has very much made a difference in our applicants, and also our current staff very much appreciates it. They very much see it as a way of recognizing them for the work that they do coming in and working those extra hours and holidays. So we thank you for that very much. We did some work expanding in our center this year. We expanded our center to add a classroom, and we added 2 offices for our growth that we have in our center. We also expanded our backup center we will be able to add 6 additional dispatch councils at Camp Rabbit in our backup center. We also expanded our server room. We are not requesting any new FTEs in 2025, and our total requested budget amount for 2025 is $5.5 million. And the county share of that is $780,000. The city share is 1.5, and that's after our contracts. And for the county, that's an 18.93% decrease from the year before. So what we have, as you guys all know, I'm sure, is we had an increase in the 911 surcharge. And what we're going to see with that, it went up to $2. So what we're projecting, it's a 60% is what the increase is. We are playing it safe and projecting it at 50% just because we're not quite sure how consistent it will be with how the phones, with the way they pay in due to cellular use. So we're not going to know for sure what we're going to be getting for that until probably around October when we start seeing that money come in. So for right now, in our budget, we projected it at a 50% increase, but so that's where we're seeing those reductions come in for the city and county. We are also seeing a reduction in our radio tower budget. That is due to the state taking over some of the SDN circuits. So you're seeing a little over a 7% decrease in that budget. Our operations budget did go up. We're looking to purchase a program that's $48,000. It's a transcription program for our 911 calls, and basically what it does is it gives us real-time transcription of what a caller is saying. Most of our dispatchers are operating a radio channel and taking 911 calls, so it's going to provide some relief to our dispatchers, stress levels, and it's also going to provide better service to the people that are calling in. It also is going to give some real-time information sharing to the officers out in the field, because all of our dispatchers in the room are going to be able to see what a caller is saying to a call taker before they get it typed into the computer. So we're looking at AI as part of our operations strategy to improve our services as we move forward. It's also going to provide our supervisors with a dashboard that will cue into keywords. All of our supervisors are also working supervisors, so if they're on a phone call and a caller says the word gunshots or CPR or something like that, it will key them in on their dashboard so that they know that one of their dispatchers in the room is on a high priority call. We believe that it's going to be a real game changer for our dispatchers, and we think it's an important piece of equipment. So that's the biggest increase you'll see on our budget. I think I've covered the biggest things that you'll see in there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
No, Stephanie, I just want to say the narrative of the operations that you included in your budget are very detailed and good. I think that for anybody who wants to look through the budget and reads through that, you guys did a really good job of explaining what's going on. A lot with Box Elder also, the increase in traffic there, but I think one of the things you also mentioned in your narrative is like the fire alarms, the non-emergency ones are going transferring over to private because they can do it cheaper, and so that's going to alleviate some of the stress levels or the workload on your people. And I personally, from a person who's worked 13 years on night shifts, 12-hour shifts, understand that the pay differential does make a difference, and night shift does have effect on family life. So it's
Yes.
to recognize that, I think, was a good move.
Chair,
Miss Hadcock.
thank you. I also like the way, and always have liked the way you guys always looking ahead. And you're always playing the what if on your budget, so you're always keeping track of what coulda, woulda, shoulda happened, or what might happen. And I've always played that way, just in case. And then just the innovation that you keep adding to make it just simplify the process for people coming in. Because trying to keep people, it's got to be more innovative. Plus, with thinking about the differential pay, some of that also is looking ahead because we already don't know the workforce at this time. So just when I look at your department, it's and always have like the what if again, but just the point that you're always looking in every direction. So, and like Commissioner LaCroix said, when you do your budget, I can read it and go, okay, now I know why that happened, and that happened. And again, I'll say it. I don't always remember everything that happened, so when I ask questions, I'm asking not to come at you. I'm asking it because I can't remember, and if you guys can reiterate, whether you're department heads or not, just remember, we do a lot of budgets, and I've been here a long time. So when I'm trying to figure stuff out, it's trying to have you answer the questions, and if I'm wrong, I'm okay with that. But bottom line is, on this budget, I appreciate the narrative on it. Thank you.
Any other questions for Stephanie?
Mr. Chair,
Roskinek?
my only question would be on 2025 revenues, change from interest of 159,862 to 30,000.
All on my office coordinator here, Chad Landis, he has all of our information.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chad Landis, the office coordinator for 911. I'll let you go ahead and repeat your question, if you would, Commissioner.
Interest for 2023 actual, under 2025 revenues, 159,862.
Under the revenues,
That's what my sheet says. 2025 revenues, the 911 dispatch fund.
You're talking about, Mr. Chair, are you talking about line item
222.
222, 361, that interest income for adopted in 2024 at 30,000, and then this year's at 30,000, but before it was 159?
Yeah,
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm following along.
so for the interest income of $30,000,
yeah.
that was just mirrored from what was approved the prior year.
Okay,
Neither one of us are sure how Ted came up with that number
Okay.
going back, so we just carried that number across for this year.
yeah, I just wondered, that's all. Thank you.
Any further questions? I think this is one of the first budgets that's got a little reduction in there from the surcharge that came
That
in.
surcharge definitely helped, yes.
It did. Well, no further questions? Thank you, folks.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emergency Management, Dustin Willett.
Good morning, Chairman LaCoy, Commissioners. Dustin Willett, Director of Emergency Management for Pennington County Emergency Management. You've got a long day ahead of you and interesting decisions to make. So, did we get the Homeland Security budget completely out of everything? Okay. So, what order do you have my budgets in?
First one is 285, Emergency Services.
They're in general fund order first.
So general fund, the 101,285.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll start with that. So 101,285, this, we consolidated this several years ago, a much better way to do it. That 422 line item is our share, our cost share with the United States Geological Survey for the operation of the Met-worn flood gauges. So we have the satellite telemetry flood gauges, 19 of them spread out throughout drainages in Pennington County. And that line item, 422, reflects our portion of that cost share. Revenues that support that include a per gauge portion or share that municipalities, that we bill municipalities for. So we get a significant revenue from the city of Rapid City, from Keystone, from Rapid Valley Sanitation District, from Hill City. So I believe the county portion of that is somewhere right around 10,000 is what comes out of the county general fund to support that particular line item. And again, that line item is for the Met-worn flood gauges. And then the grants to other entities, the 51,000 is the county share of the regional hazardous materials team and the regional water rescue dive rescue team. So those are both interagency teams with the Sheriff's Office, Rapid City Fire Department, Rapid City Police Department. The water rescue team is. But the county supports the regional hazmat team that responds to the county and the regional water rescue team that responds in the county. And so that's a combination of the amount that the county supports those two teams. So, any questions on 101,285?
There's no
Which
questions.
one? Oh. Then which one do you have next?
Next one, I have emergency med 226.
226, 285?
Yep.
All right, so that's our main budget. This is the meat and potatoes of emergency management. There it is. So if we just looked at normal personal services and current expenditures, I would love to come before you with a budget that's actually 2.5% lower than last year. But for several years now in our projections, I've been talking about the needed work to our siren constellation. So we have multiple outdoor public warning sirens, several installations that were installed in the 70s. And those are wooden poles, wooden platforms, wooden planks that are, outside, outdoors, and have been there for 50 plus years. And some of those sirens that are on those are even older. So the biggest expense in 2025 and even moving on is addressing the need to basically redo several of those siren installations. It also involves putting them potentially in places that make more sense to have outdoor public warning sirens. So this budget does include a specific project ask in under capital assets. And that's just one single project, which is the outdoor public warning sirens. And again, the most critical part of that is we have several sirens that, again, are on wooden platforms with about 1,000 pounds of metal, 20, 25 feet off the ground, and most of those are on school playgrounds. So it's not a nicety. It's that wood's rotting out, and we've got big heavy metal things on school playgrounds. So they have to come out. They have to
Mr.
be
Chair.
done.
Mr. Roskinek.
So do you have any bids or quotes to replace those? And if we did replace them, could we do it over the next 3 years, 4 years? Do they have to all
So
be
that's the
done?
plan. This represents a third to a half of what that entire project would end up being,
Okay.
spread out over 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
I'm going off of historically what it's cost to rehabilitate or put in new siren sites. On average, depending on the individual particularities of a siren site, it runs anywhere between $15,000 and $25,000 per siren.
So would you use wood again, or would you use something that has a longer shelf life?
I'm looking at steel poles.
Okay.
So the forecasted life on steel poles is 80 years. So I'm looking at hopefully an 80-year fix by redoing these.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lassiter.
So is any of this fund from, can you get any funds of this from the state? Or, I mean, I'm just asking, do they pitch in any of that? Does the city, because you said they were on school grounds, or is this purely a county obligation due to the statutes?
It's municipal, so it's city and county.
Okay, so it's shared.
Rapid City would have an equal share with the county. And then when we move in subsequent years to our other municipalities, Wall, Keystone, New Underwood, Hill City, then it would be up to me to negotiate with their budget processes and those cities for equal cost shares with the county. So the county doesn't, the only siren installations that the county would bear the full cost of would be installations that are in the county. And right now there aren't any that are solely in the county.
Oh, wow, okay. So this is just our piece of pie that needs to be shared with the other municipalities.
Correct, and this represents that total. Again, when you look at these numbers, keep in mind that revenue-wise, I have grant funding that comes in to support our salaries, and I have the county and the city are equally vested. So when any money left over after our grant funding is split between the city and the county. The other. In the budget narrative that I provided you, we chase grants as much as we can chase grants. So, the LEPC budget is supported by revenue through hazmat in the state. This year we were able to supplement that with the Department of Transportation PEMSA Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Association grant. We use the local emergency performance grant in our main budget, and then I am working on a community readiness initiative through the Department of Health for some potentially additional grant funding to offset the money that we'd be asking for the general fund, and that's coming together. I don't have a final for you on that, but I may be able to bring in an additional about $100,000 a year to offset what we ask for from the general fund. So working on offsetting what we ask for from the general fund with grant funding. But this year, you'll see that the portion on that page 12 of the budget narrative, the city of Rapid City there's a typo there. So the city of Rapid City and Pennington County are both those 361, 379. The LEMPG is the 177, 101. So.
Here.
You done, Trips? Ms. Hadcock?
So how many sirens are you talking about? And how many years are you thinking it's going to take to for the replacements?
I'm hoping 2 years. It could be 3, depending on what the actual bids come back at.
Okay.
For this current, I've got an absolute 5 priorities, but this part of the project that I'm hoping to get done next year covers about 19 sirens.
Okay, and what's the total amount that need to be done? Just,
Ultimately, all of them, which is 33.
okay, that's what I needed to know.
Yep.
Thank you. And then you're putting it over 2 years for those 19, if you can.
Hopefully, all of them over 2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this?
One more thing, sorry.
Good.
Are there different types of sirens? Are there different costs on different sirens depending on what the base is and where they're at?
So the different, right now it's a hodgepodge. Right now, we've got multiple different models of sirens, multiple different installation types. Poor Adam and Paul with our radio shop are run ragged trying to keep up with all of our different sirens that we have out there. Part of this project is
Make them all the same.
uniform.
Okay.
So they'll all be the exact same installation on the exact same pole with the exact same boxes, the exact same siren head. It'll be a huge improvement over what we have over there right now.
Have they came up with anything else of how to do the sirens?
In terms of,
I don't know, just, can they put it on, I don't know, a different way to do it? I don't know.
so outdoor public warning sirens are it's kind of the foundational piece, and they're not even alert sirens. So we have really awesome public alert and warning in Pennington County. We can get great information to people,
Right.
But a lot of our solutions are technology-based. They require commercial power, they require data infrastructure, intact telecommunication structure, intact towers, people with cell phones. There's a lot of technological pieces that have to be in place for us to deliver the high-quality messages that we do deliver. The sirens, the alert sirens, are kind of that in emergency management, we look at those worst-case scenarios. What happens when we get kicked in the teeth with a tornado? What happens when we get kicked in the teeth with something really, really, really significant that impacts that critical infrastructure? So the sirens for us are a kind of a legacy piece of alerting the public. They're battery operated. They don't need the internet. They don't need commercial power. They don't need any of that infrastructure. They're our foundational piece of letting the community know that something's wrong if all of our bells and whistles have gone away.
I was going to ask you that in case you did the innovation on it and the computers or something weren't working, they wouldn't work. But so how do you trigger them if they're battery operated?
Through a two-way radio. So,
Really?
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
through a two-way radio. We're actually in several of our installations with this project. We're actually going to be going back in technology. So we have some sirens that we call them electronic. They're an amplifier with a speaker, basically, and amplifiers go out, the electronics go out, the speakers go out. We're actually moving back to basically a motor with a chopper and a horn. So if electricity goes up the pole from the batteries, the motor spins and it makes noise. So we're actually, these are foundational, no bells and whistles. If everything else is busted, these work and alert the public.
Nice. Thank you, Justin.
Thanks, Dustin.
Mr.
And
Chair.
thanks for touching on the technology part, because that's something that's come a long way in the last 10 years as far as.
Yeah, and we're super proud of how we can alert the public, but again, we also have to keep an eye to what happens when our infrastructure fails.
Mr. Lester.
Dustin, just, thanks for the presentation on this, and I'm looking at the anticipated revenue for the 2025 budget, and it really looks like most of your costs are offset in general. Is that correct? Am I missing something? Especially, you got like 52,500 that you put in here should, South Dakota Department of Highway, or SDOH,
Yep.
CDC and all that. The grant revenue of 105 would decrease the city and county contributions by 52,500 respectively. That's a pretty good amount there. But the revenue that I'm seeing here from Pennington County, so Pennington County, the amount that we have to cough up is 177,000.
No, I apologize. That was a typo in the budget narrative that I didn't catch until just now. Rapid City and Pennington County should be the 361 numbers, the equal numbers. The LEMPG is the 177.
Also, they were flip-flopped. Okay, never mind then. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on this one? Next one, the LEPC 227.
227, 283.
Yep,
And so this one, again, is 100% grant funded. No money that gets spent out of this particular fund comes out of general fund. So the primary source of revenue for this, for the LEPC, again, are hazmat fees that people pay into the state, and then the state subsequently passes on to local emergency planning committees. When we have large projects, we have a big hazardous materials commodity flow study that we contracted that's taking place as we speak. Anytime we have those additional or those larger projects, we request permission from the state and work with our local auditor, or with Cindy and her office to save some of this money up for a couple of years to build that fund. And then we also supplement that, again, I mentioned with the Department of Transportation Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Grant. We supplement this with federal grants as we can. But no general fund money is used to support the LAPC.
any questions on that? Seeing none, we'll move on to general fund total 2025 revenues.
So again, I think I've covered the revenues in all of those different budgets, so happy to stand for any questions if there's questions on what we're projecting for revenues. I can speak quickly to the LEMPG grant, the Local Emergency Management Performance Grant. This year, the year that we are in the middle of the grant year, it took a hit from congressional appropriations. Basically, FEMA across the board took a 9% hit on all of our grants. Homeland Security, local emergency management, all of those grants took about a 9% hit. So we're having to absorb that. We will just do what we need to do. If we need to dip into restricted fund balance, we will. But we need to manage the shortfall that got sprung on us this year for this year's budget. Industry groups, so the International Association of Emergency Managers, National Association of Emergency Managers, these big nationwide industry groups for emergency management have been lobbying Congress hard to restore funding, and it looks like they're being met with receptive ears at a congressional level. So we anticipate normal levels of funding restored at a federal level in the 25 budget. So we expect that grant to come back from the percent hit that we took this year. But in all of my planning, I'm planning for the lower numbers. So if we get the higher numbers, fantastic. But planning on the lower numbers, plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Any further questions for Dustin?
Thank you, Dustin.
Seeing none?
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dustin. Next, that'll bring us up to Fire Administration, Jerome Harvey. Just give us a minute to find your... Oh, there we go. Welcome, Jerome.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are you? Jerome Harvey, Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. There's quite a crowd here this morning.
May proceed.
And good morning, Commissioners. Jerome Harvey. Today we present our 2025 budget presentation, our budget ask. On behalf of the Pennington County Fire Administration Office, our Fire Service Board, and the Budget Committee members, we are pleased to submit our 2025 fiscal year budget request for your review. We ask for continued support from the Commission to allow us to continue to be the foundation for 20 fire departments, 18 which are volunteer-based that we aid and assist. We are currently supporting over 500 volunteer firefighters who protect more than 3,000 square miles within Pennington County. 96.6% of South Dakota Fire Service is all volunteer. That is third in the nation behind Delaware and Pennsylvania, but we are still ahead of North Dakota. Fire Administration statutorily has authorized resources from the general fund to support the Fire Administration program. Pennington County Fire Administration provides administration, operations, and advocacy support to several state of South Dakota mandated functions of county government. One specifically is workers' compensation, and we'll discuss that more here further. County Fire also supports the functions of search and rescue, various ambulance services, and law enforcement agencies with our paging and communications network with technical and operational assistance. County Fire was established in 1973 by the Pennington County Board of Commissioners to include the Fire Service Board. The purpose of the Fire Service Board is to provide a structured foundation for allocating public funding that supports firefighting capabilities to our county taxpayers. The Fire Service Board maintains a representation for all county fire departments through a very successful user board approach. The Fire Service Board support and coordinate fire-related public safety efforts of your volunteer fire department system that was established post-World War II. Today, the system of Pennington County Board of Commissioners set into motion over 51 years ago has yielded an extraordinary public and private collaboration that is both efficient 911 emergency response, provides a very cost-effective solution for taxpayers. The combined efforts of the Board of Commissioners, Fire Administration, and the Volunteer Fire Department system provide the following for taxpayers in Pennington County: organized structure to address mutual aid agreements, strategic planning, training, financial assistance, public information, fireworks safety and prevention, planning and zoning, fire-related code review, and other critical support functions of our shared public safety mission. The goal of the Fire Service Board and Fire Administration is to help provide essential firefighting and emergency response services to the residents and visitors in Pennington County as efficiently as possible. The Board of Commissioners through the County Fire Office continue to provide effective, efficient economic backing for this emergency response system that is in place today. I want to emphasize this to you, Commissioners, that none of this is possible without the support and partnership of the Pennington County Board of Commissioners. We know that Minnehaha County and Custer County continue to work towards the Pennington County Fire Administration model to support and coordinate their fire departments. For example, Minnehaha County has over 13 fire departments. In the counties that surround Pennington County, we continue to see firsthand the daily struggles of fire departments go through without central coordination and a level of support from their respective county commissioners that you, the Pennington County Board of Commissioners, give to your fire service. Specifically in our budget, personal services under 410, roughly 62% of our personal services budget covers the 2 fire administration salaries and workers' compensation costs for our volunteer fire departments. A portion of the general fund in accordance with state statute does provide the workers' compensation insurance for our volunteer firefighters. The workers' compensation program of policy covering career and part-time personnel within our fire departments, along with personnel from the Hill City Ambulance District. This successfully lowers the final cost to our taxpayers, providing state statute mandated workers' compensation coverage, and the upfront cost is offset by the utilization of a billing system with participating departments. South Dakota Codified mandated workers' compensation helps cover medical expenses of injured and hurt firefighters and medical personnel, along with supporting our volunteers with access to mental health assistance. Over 500 volunteer firefighters from 18 different departments are covered by our workers' compensation policy. And this remains today, according to the Municipal League, the largest single pool of firefighters in South Dakota. The bulk of our remaining projected 2025 budget is within 420 operations and current expenditures. There is no increase on this request cycle. Addressing the larger amounts outlined within 420 expenditures goes as follows. $40,000 is set aside to support emergency fire costs. We're not depleting our reserve fund. We spend quite a bit of time, as you've heard us talk about in the past, about building and maintaining our long-term planning to prevent the gotcha syndrome. The $40,000 allows us to immediately respond to and deal with larger incidents that fall outside of, or we're able to pull in and use resources that are not in our normal suppression inventory. 10,000 is allocated for Class A foam. Extremely important to have our Class A foam on hand. It is a securing agent. We use it for larger incidents, and we provide this. Our purchase is generally within bulk once a year, reduce overall cost and shipping. It is a securing agent. It does cut down on the time that our volunteers are committed to the fire. I want to emphasize, though, that Class A foam is not to be confused with Class B foam, in the past tied to potentially water supply contamination and cancer-causing agents. Lastly, a significant amount of our 420 line item covers our information technology services. $10,000 is allocated to support the Central Square text paging system. This service provides coverage to all of Pennington County-based ambulance services, Sheriff's Office, Police Department, Search and Rescue, Emergency Management, Water Rescue, dive teams, and other specialty teams. Unfortunately, we don't see this bill till after the state mandated acceptance of our budget. And generally, we've been seeing a 5 to 8% increase in this line item alone coming from Central Square. Capital assets 430, our current vehicle's up for replacement. Once purchased, this will be paid out of our reserve funds in accordance with our long-term plan as been adopted by the Commission and the Fire Service Board in the past. So we're still working on that. Page 5 of 12 in our narrative is our long-term plan. It's been broke down into about a 5-year plan. Again, we like to do long-term planning. Prevents the gotcha syndrome is related to critical infrastructure and items that we know that have a life cycle related to reliability and usability. Examples of this would be our cascade system, our mass fit tester, radio and communications equipment. 454, the grant entities, that's the $15,000, for example, that you just approved. Supports 6 volunteer fire departments each year on our 3-year rotational basis. And we did change that to become more efficient, and it did get named to be a grant. Always asked about challenges, and what are some of the challenges that the fire service is facing here, and we'll give you a brief rundown of that. Fire administration challenges, we continue to see population increases. The growth within and immediately adjacent to the county does create response, infrastructure, and planning and zoning issues that we deal with on a daily basis. Continued advocacy surrounding the topic of mental health and cancer affecting the fire service. Preparing for replacement of aging county fire infrastructure such as our radio network, and securing the institutional knowledge throughout the county. One that's very important to us is identifying up and coming fire service leadership, as well as ensuring that they have access to appropriate guidance and mentoring, planning and zoning related issues, and some of our basic response issues such as alarm level restructuring. Some of the challenges we see for our volunteer fire service remains recruitment and retention of volunteers that ultimately leads to staffing and response time issues. Some of the things that affect that, a lack of affordable, safe, and reasonable housing, combined with low-wage jobs and dead-end career tracks. Work-life balance, stable and willing workforce pool for our career fire departments, agency or parent agency cultural issues, and aging out of our current volunteer force countywide. Inflation costs adds already increased prices we see for fuel, supplies, and firefighting equipment. These additions put even greater pressure on our department's limited funds. And of course, unpredictable drought and weather cycles. Some of the legislative challenges that we see is the fire and the ambulance task districts to include an office within the state to provide guidance and direction to these tax districts are struggling to meet and understand the responsibilities according to state statutes with limited to zero support from the state of South Dakota. Continue to educate the public, politicians, local, county, and state governments regarding the critical importance of fire and rescue infrastructure. One of the things that we're seeing that you hear a lot from us here lately has been OSHA Emergency Response Standard. Proposed revision of over 3,000 additional pages alone can potentially become very burdensome or impossible for our volunteer fire departments to comply with. We see this as federal government overreach, and I really appreciate Commissioner Drew's leadership on this issue on a statewide level with the county association. Fires on state right-of-ways and other state-owned or controlled land that do not pay any tax or cost of suppression or rescue operations through a lease or other means. There's clearly a lack of clarity in the state statutes for cost recovery and responsible parties associated with fires and other incidents. Establishment of the state rescue fund with a user fee-based model to cover costs of equipment needed to conduct extrications, rescues, including replacement, updating, and maintaining of said equipment, and extended searches and related operations for lost or stranded persons. Establishment of an oversight group that reports to the legislature on the operations function of the Department of Transportation. I'd like to see this group made up of representatives from various disciplines and tasked with addressing and providing oversight to the Department of Transportation, cancer and mental health coverage, and the West River Fire and Emergency Service Training Facility. Just in summary, the fire service by its very nature is conservative, both in function and values. Our very foundation is protection of life and conservation of property and resources. Our increases for the 2025 budget are within our 410 personal services line item. This is due primarily to the increased costs related to workers' compensation and any potential increases that the county commission will allow as far as the wage study. Workers' compensation alone has seen an increase from $55,000 to $133,000. However, with the work of the county fire office, the board of commissioners support hard work of our volunteer fire departments, we're able to create a combined savings of over $50,000, bringing our estimated 2025 cost to $84,214, plus $5,000 for administration offices.
I broke the fan when I slid in.
Again, this is the cost that we don't see till after the state mandated acceptance of the county budget. Fire incidents can have tremendous negative impacts that include but are not limited to the loss of life, loss or damage to property, equipment, supplies, financial loss, social strife, and potential lasting negative impacts, including severe ecological impacts, and can extend into agriculture, human health, energy, etc., essentially all aspects of the human condition. These impacts can be mitigated or made worse by climate conditions. Remain appreciative of the Commission's continued support and leadership of County Fire's core missions, administration, operations, and advocacy.
Thank you, Jerome. Is there any questions for Jerome? I do have one comment, even as going through this. Your narrative is very good, Jerome, but I think I've never really, maybe you've had these numbers in here before and I've never noticed it, but you got it broken down for the volunteer fire departments, how many residents, like Blackhawk, 501, population 1,065, you got 19 volunteer fire departments. I really like that breakout to be able to explain to people how many people we have where and where you're short.
Exactly.
And so I think, and given the number of structures also is very enlightening because a lot of times you don't see that kind of breakout from those. So I appreciate that. And you also got in there the primary funding sources for those volunteer fire departments in there. So I appreciate that.
Other than the grant funding and the funding the county provides, 33% of our fire departments have no visible means of sustainable funding.
Yes. So that, for someone who grabs the budget book and looks through this, it's good information. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions from the board? Seeing none. Thanks, Jerome.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next, we come up to Human Resources. Carol Bancroft. Carol.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County. I actually have three different sections within the HR that the first one that I'd like to speak to is the Healthcare Trust, and then move into the HR budget, and then I'll turn it over to Walter McDuff for the insurance budget.
So you want to start with the Healthcare Trust?
Correct.
Okay. And that's 603 with 0168. It's right after human resources. Second.
Is that the insurance 113?
No, there's a separate tab right
Yeah.
behind
Oh, it's
Human Resources that'll say Healthcare Trust.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay. Just making sure everybody's on the same page. Everybody found it? This is Pennington County Budget, Healthcare Trust 603, Department Budget Self-Insurance Plan 0168. Okay.
Okay. So 22 years ago is when the Healthcare Trust was established, so in July of 1992. And the purpose of the trust was to create an entity that would hold and accept the contribution of Pennington County that would be separate and distinct from other funds of Pennington County solely for the benefit of the participating employees and their dependents. So also to administer the Pennington County Health Care Plan. And the trust is managed by the Healthcare Trust Board, and it is also the plan administrator. So this trust, that the sole beneficiaries of it are those Pennington County employees and former employees that are participating in the Pennington County Healthcare Benefit Plan in accordance with the terms of the trust. So some of the outliers that I wanted to draw your attention to for the year-over-year budget, that under personnel services, the stop-loss fees are decreasing by 132,000, or almost an 11% decrease, and that's due to the threshold for the stop-loss has been increased to 125,000. So the Delta dental premiums, there is an estimated increase of 35,987, but that is offset by the revenues from the premiums. And then the vision premiums estimated decrease of $902. That is due to a new carrier that will go into effect on January 1, which is IMED. And again, that one is offset by the revenues. So some of the other current expenditures, that the admin fees increased by 30,528, and that's based on the number of members. So our membership is right around 569 currently, and that's at $55 per member. The claims that are paid is estimated based on a 2-year average. So that average is 7,670,806. So that's an increase of 669,526, or almost a 9% increase. And if you'll recall yesterday, one of the things that I shared is that according to Wellmark, that medical costs themselves have gone up almost 10%. So that's also playing into that number. So some of the other things that are important to know is that as far as revenue is concerned, that the board did determine that January of 2025, there'll be a 4% increase on the premium. And then they also voted to implement a 4% increase in July of 2025. However, the July 2025, that will be evaluated in April to determine if there's a need to activate that. And then between the January 2025 4% increase and the July 2025 4% increase, that's an average because of prorating that July portion. That's really, it's a 6% increase, and that's going to result in an additional 174,904 additional revenue for the reserves. So the interest income is projected to be flat in 2025 at 32,000. The stop-loss refund, as far as revenue is concerned, that according to Wellmark, that we can anticipate that will be 324,423. And the pharmacy rebate, that will have an increase of 75,000. So just as an informational, that the Healthcare Trust Board members, that's Commissioner Hadcock, as well as our auditor, Cindy Moeller, our treasurer, Annette Brandt, our sheriff, Brian Mueller, Highway Superintendent Joseph Miller, and he serves as the vice chair, but elections are going to be held this month, so that may change. And then for Human Resources, myself, and I currently serve as the chair. And also within Human Resources, that Sandra Sortland is the secretary. We have 5 at-large employee members. That's Trevor Abernathy from Equalization, Brenda Dahlke from Human Services, Chris Hislop from Law Enforcement, Brittany Molter from Planning and Zoning, Ron Stagner from Highway, and then our at-large retiree is Mike Peterson. I'll stand for any questions on the Healthcare Trust.
Are there any questions for Carol? One comment I can make, Carol, it's probably been a couple of years, probably 3 years ago, I remember being on the Healthcare Trust Board, and they worked diligently to keep the premiums low, and I can remember when we were looking at it, and we actually supplemented it with, I think, 1 year, that year that I remember, we supplemented to keep it low. I can't remember where the funding come from, but we did supplement it to keep it low, and I think that kind of happened a couple times. It didn't get raised up, so didn't do the small increases every year, and I think it kind of bit us in the end, and so I commend the board for looking at it and trying to keep it feasible and fair and so forth, and trying to keep them as low as possible. But when you supplement something for a year or two, and as you've seen, the increases are going, that's the reason why. Ms. Hadcock.
Chair, I still think that you should supplement it. I think it's huge if you're trying to keep employees and you're trying to keep that level to a certain amount. Those are huge. And the most complaints I've heard is the raises on those. So I actually heard people, they'd take a lower pay than they would have that healthcare trust board go up because of premiums, and you just said 10% of what those medical costs are doing to people. So I'll keep saying, if I was king or whatever, queen, that's one area that I'd put the money in and look into on that percentage for the 3.6 that we want to increase for wages. There's an area on there I think we should look at instead of just the wages. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, I think that money that came in was one-time money, and that's why they decided to do it that way. So I just wanted to clarify that I recall that discussion.
And I think there's areas that we could look at to put money into that for the employees. Like we said, we're trying to give raises, we're trying to do wage scale studies, and then benefits are part of that. So to me, those 3 pieces come together. How we do that, there's 5 of us up here to be able to do that and where that can be done. And then how we move forward to build those reserves, or how we get those reserves up so we know in the future that it will keep building. So I know the Healthcare Trust Board has been looking at that, but again, you can't tell employees 1 minute you're giving them a wage scale study and we're going to change the wages, and the next minute raise the healthcare trust. It's something I know we have to do in one sense, but there's got to be a different way to balance both of those. So those are my comments.
Thanks. Any further questions for Carol on this? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next.
Okay, the next one is the HR 2025 budget. So the role of the County Human Resources, that it is statutorily authorized, and we serve as a strategic partner within the county's operational framework. So our core function is always centered around people, encompassing the critical aspects of acquiring, developing, and retaining talent through effective recruitment strategies, and continuous training and development opportunities while ensuring employee satisfaction and engagement. So in addition to those strategic roles, the department handles essential transactional duties such as managing compliance issues and maintaining accurate and comprehensive records. So both a transactional function as well as a strategic partner. So understanding the diverse perspectives, challenges, and objectives of all stakeholders while ensuring a cohesive and supportive work environment. This is our HR organizational chart, and I'd like to talk to the staff just to give you the background on who we are. That we have Sandy Sortland, who is going to be our senior HR manager, and she has over 21 years experience with the county. She's SHRM certified professional, also HR manager certified, and she's a graduate of 2 NACO leadership training courses. And of course, she's our historian. She has a wealth of information for us and institutional knowledge. We have Walter McDuff, who is our HR risk manager. He has 1 year with the county. He's celebrating that 1-year anniversary this month, matter of fact. That he is risk manager certified, human resource manager degree, and 20-plus years experience in risk management as a retired Air Force. Cody Wiseman, HR marketing manager, that he has been with us for 1 month. He has 5+ years of experience as a communication manager with web design management. He's also ADA certified, and he is a photography and videography expert. He's already been put to task in his first month that the department heads and elected officials have certainly filled his to-do list. So myself, that I have 1.5 years of experience with the county and 30+ years of experience in human resources and senior leadership roles. Also SHRM certified professional and a graduate of 2 NACO leadership training courses. Pepper Massey, who is our HR administrative specialist, she has 5 years experience with the county, now just turning to 6 years, but she's going to be retiring at the end of August. So we have the new position that, thank you to the commissioners, which was approved for an HR recruiter, social media specialist to be filled in lieu of the HR administrative specialist position. And then you'll also see on our org chart that when you look at the national standards of how many people you should have within an HR department per number of employees, that it's typically a ratio of 1 to 100 employees. And you'll see that we are 5 to 850. But we got very creative last year, and what we did is we formed the HR solutions team. So we have our sheriff's office, we have 2 partners, that's Nikki and Yvonne. And then on the ESCC 911, that we have 2 partners, and Stephanie Olson, who was here this morning. I have to give the praise to her. She just passed her HR SHRM certification, so she is a certified professional. And Kevin Carley is working on his SHRM certification as well, so that's a real kudos to them. Then within our state's attorney's office, we have Brooke, and we also have Susan Shepard. And then also in highway, we have Connie Bertolato, as well as in the public defender, we have Shannon Lapp. Buildings and grounds, we have Rita Bender. And within IT, we have Lori Wagner, excuse me. And so those individuals, when you total the amount of time that they spend with us, it's about 0.25. That what we do with the HR solutions team is we meet on a monthly basis and go through various topics for training. And then they are also the first line of HR resource within their department. So if there are any personnel issues or questions, that typically they're going to be empowered to answer those, and they would be the liaison then that would work closely, in most cases, with Sandy for any personnel issues. So we also, our cultural statement that in support of Pennington County's operating principles, that we want to provide a work environment characterized by fair treatment, open communication, personal accountability, trust, and mutual respect. And this was a cultural statement that was developed by our staff. As far as our vision is to promote honesty, integrity, and trust, and our core values are to embrace change and innovation, encourage communication, focus on our employees, model leadership and loyalty, promote quality results, celebrate teamwork, and champion employee development. So the budget variances that are within our budget, if you want to turn to that, that within the personnel services, that the increased budget for personnel services is that the marketing manager position, that if you'll recall when that was approved, that it was allocated across all of the departments to contribute to the costs of that position. In 2025, it's going to be fully loaded within the HR personnel budget. And then also the proposed 2025 wage scale with the 1.5% COLA, that equates to between those two variances of 39,812 increase. So under programs and services, that the increase of the 28,869 in the programs and services, that these are the changes in year-over-year costs, that the Lightcast contract price of 13,500, that, again, that was allocated across all of the departments to pay based on their FTE, but that is fully expensed now within the HR budget. And then there is an annual increase across the board for the NeoGov modules, so the core, eForm, onboard, insight, and perform, that results in an $8,000 additional cost. So an additional cost that's being absorbed in the HR budget, which is new, is the processing of the IRS 1095s by Cadel Thorstensen, which that's in the amount of $13,567. So one of the offsets to those increased costs is that based on that we had just completed the wage study, that we had previously been putting 15,000 into reserves to build that reserve so that if we did a wage study through a consulting firm, that we are not going to put that 15,000 into that reserve this year. There's 40,000 that is sitting there, so if there is a need to do a wage study by a consultant, that we do have the nest egg that is sitting there. So the total increase within the HR budget is 7.64%, or 53,681. So as far as a 3 to 5 year forecast, that of course we've all been hearing this, that Pennington County is going to continue to grow. So in order to make sure that we are positioned for it, we're going to continue to leverage the HR solutions team, and don't anticipate in 2025 that we need to increase any FTE to support any of that growth. As far as what we are looking at in a 3 to 5 year look, there is the potential that there may be a need to add to HR FTE, but not recommending that at this point in time. But we do have the positions of HR generalist and administrative specialist that are there as placeholders if we do need to add any additional staff in the 3 to 5 year outlook. So the short-term and long-term goals, I think it's important to share that with you as well, that talent acquisition and retention, number one goal. Employee development, HR technology and analytics, employee engagement and well-being, compliance and risk management, organizational culture and leadership development, adaptability and change management. So these are our short-term and long-term goals that we're going to continue to be working on. So That is the roadmap that we're going to be following for the future direction of the county HR department, and it will contribute strategically to the county's success. So I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Carol? Very well put together. Thanks, Carol. You want to have Walter go over?
Yes. So
Okay.
I will turn it over to Walter McDuff.
Welcome to your first budget hearing.
Yes. Commissioners, Walter McDuff, Pennington County Risk Manager. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to you all. As Carol mentioned, I'm coming up on my year anniversary, and I want to thank you all for creating the position that gives me the opportunity to give back to our county. She mentioned I served 21 years in the military and served our country, and I wanted to continue that with serving in some entity. And by Carol bringing me on and you guys creating the position, you allowed me to do that. So I appreciate that. You gave a great opportunity to myself and my family. So thank you. So in this year, what have I done for you guys? So basically, I started off with, drinking from a fire hose. In the first 2 weeks, I had met all department heads and elected officials, and that's where I gained my strategies that I wanted to take for the county. One of those that you guys did was the threat management group. So I stood up, you guys authorized the stand up of the threat management group, and what that did was it allowed us to meet, create basically a safe haven for our employees and our visitors that we have. The second thing that you guys did, you just stood up the safety committee last week that allows us to obviously look at all of our facilities and our departments and elected officials, offices, and take into aspect what's happening there. Safety is a big concern. It's obviously the number one concern that we have within any entity. When I met with our department heads and our elected officials, I found out that we didn't have any safety, except highway department does have their own and building and ground has theirs. So I don't want to say there wasn't any, but basically there wasn't one that the full county has. And by you guys standing up that committee, we're going to allow to have a safety manual program that I would like to let you guys know that since you stood up the committee itself just last week, we'll be meeting for our first time next week. What I'll be bringing to them is the bylaws, the policy, and the procedures that we're going to have you guys enact for the county. So I'm hopefully bringing that to you guys within the next month to be able to put a safety manual for the county. Next, what have I done after that? Well, let's talk about accomplishments. As Carol alluded, certified risk manager, as well as, I'll get to this in a little bit, but saved the county $300,000 from the get-go within my first 3 months. Saved fire admin $1,800 within my first 3 months. Identified $7 million worth of equipment that was not being accounted for insurance. So $7 million has not been accounted for. So we've had this insurance throughout our county, and when we did our status of evaluation on our facilities, we found that $7 million worth of equipment has never been insured. So, and to give you an outlook on that, 2/3 of that $7 million is our powerhouses that provide everything for the safety building, the building and grounds, the courthouse, the jail. So all that equipment was not being insured. And all it took was one incident to take it all out. All right, so we identified that. And then lastly, with workers' comp, worked with Brad Wilson, a great individual to work with from SDML. I call Brad Wilson probably once a week, and the man is always there to answer my questions or help me through something, and I can't appreciate him enough. So him and I spoke about the insurance, the workers' comp insurance, and we got $30,000 back in a refund from workers' comp. And then lastly, what I would like to go over is the actual, what I'm here to talk to you guys about. All right, and that's going to be our budget. Where are we at currently? All right, so let's go over workers' comp. Right, so if you guys can see all this here, I have it in your portfolio there. First thing, I want to show that what I'm projecting is $704,231 for 2025. Okay, we pay that on January 1st of each year. And in 2022, so how did we get there? So in 2022, we started off with, with 2021, we started off with $516,306. And then moved in 2022, that jumped to $529,806. So that was 3% or $35,000, $13,500 on an increase. Move that to 2023, so your column B is the year prior, column C is the current year. So 2023 is $612, 375, 13% or 82,500 increase. 24, you can see that we were at 612, 375. So why do I have a 15% increase? So the way to explain this to you guys, if you look over to the right there, columns F, G, and H. So back in 22, first report of injuries was 156. Of those 156 claims, 95 of them were not paid, but 61 were, which means that the workers' compensation paid out in some way, whether it be paying medical bills or compensation to our employees. That equaled $199,000. You follow down to 2023, last year we had 132 first reported injuries and 68 were zero paid, where 65 of them were 256,000. So why am I projecting a 15%? Well, let's look here. For 2024, we're 7 months in now, so as of last week, we're at 69 first reported injuries. Of those 69 first reported injuries, we're at 32 zero paid and 37 that are being paid out. So that's, again, remind you that that's either through medical bills or paying compensation to our employees. We're sitting at 221,000 already, and we still got 6 months to go. So how does that affect us? Well, you have a modifier that calculates your overall premium for workers' comp. What they like to see is, what is an average for our size of our entity is between an 80 and 90% modifier. Currently, we're at a 97, and if we're continuing down this track of injuries occurring, we could hit that 1.15, and that's where that increase comes from. That modifier increases the premium that we have to pay. So that's where we're sitting at with workers' comp. What I can say is what I'm hoping for is that, let me backtrack. Some of that is unpreventable. All right, we have entities here that work some very hard jobs. Let's take our law enforcement, right? The majority of their injuries are unpreventable due to the business that they do. But what I'm hoping for is to lower our claims by up to 10% by using the safety manual that is going to be enacted by you guys if you guys sign off on it. That will help with having the committee throughout the county watching for it, and as we educate our staff, they'll be able to pick up on that stuff. They'll be able to see what's causing these injuries. They'll be able to understand that, don't walk over the ice. You see it, don't walk over the ice. Just simple stuff of that nature that is causing our injuries out there. So with workers' comp and that modifier, we're looking at about a $92,000 increase in our workers' comp. So with that, do you have any questions for workers' comp?
No, Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
I think this is the first year I've seen the breakdown like this, and I appreciate it because then it shows where the numbers are at. So thank you for doing that and breaking not only this down, but all your worksheets where we can understand. And then you're explaining what the FROI are and some of the things that.
Sorry about
No, you're okay, because those acronyms sometimes are a killer, so,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
thank you.
And I will say, Walter, I think, when we first decided to do a risk manager, it probably wasn't fully detailed in what all was involved. And this is a very good report telling us. I mean, I've been working for many companies that have safety committees and so forth. And just as you just stated, safety practices and educating, continued education helps 100% because they don't realize the backside of this stuff. So.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. If there's no more questions for workers' comp, we'll move on to our vehicle insurance budget. So same thing here. I have a breakdown. So you guys got to understand for our vehicle and general liability, that's paid, vehicle is paid April 1st of the year and ends on March 31st of the following year. For general liability, it's going to be the same scenario. May 1st we pay it, ends on April 30th of the following year. So for vehicle insurance, one of the key factors of vehicle insurance, as we all know, is our glorious weather that we have here, right? That's the main factor that happens to our vehicle insurance is out of control situations that happen. Obviously, the other thing about that is going to be whether we cause something or someone causes it against us, right? So those are the three factors that come to play in your vehicle insurance. And just to jump ahead, as I mentioned, I have your guys' breakdown there for you that was over, since 2022 and into the following 25, 26 costs. So what I can say for 2023, 2024, if you guys look in column C there, you'll see that 134,528.37 is what we paid back in April, this April. Well, since April, we've had 9 vehicles that have been added to the fleet. Those 9 vehicles have been added full coverage. And so that's why we're at $143,000, so a little under $10,000 in coverage added to us just by adding 9 vehicles to us. Where do I sit with my projected budget? That's 8%, which would put us at the $154,783.13 for the 2025, 2026 vehicle budget, or $11,465.42 increase. As I mentioned before, that's not just because we're adding vehicles, but that's also due to the incidents that can occur with vehicle insurance. So I'll stand for any questions for vehicle insurance. Good? All right, let's move on to general liability. So over the years, you can see there where we sat with general liability. All right, so general liability is affected by our operational expenditures, our payroll, et cetera, right? So over the years, we've increased anywhere from 0% to what I'm projecting 10%, and that's due, one, to the amount of growth that we're going to have and the amount of expenditures that we're going to have within the next year, i.e., occupying, I should say, 900 concourse. Okay, so that all adds to it. Where do I come in on that? I come in at 368, 565, 64. Now, I want to backtrack also before this. These are not numbers that I just pulled. I had also spoken to our insurance carriers, and that's how we went. We spoke back and forth, and this is where I came up with these percentages as well, is that we projected our growth, we projected what we're looking at for the next fiscal year, and then put that percentage towards them. So that 10% is based off of our growth and occupancy of a new building, or I should say buildings. And that puts us at the 368, 565, 64, or a difference of 33, or excuse me, an increase of 33,505. Do I have any questions on general liability? Okay. Let's move on to property. This is the big one. So where do I start off on this? First, foremost, what I want to say is 85% of your property coverage is based off of weather-related, construction or contractors. That's where the majority of your property insurance is coming from. But 85% of that is due to Mother Nature, okay? So I don't know if y'all remember back in October, within just a few months of being here and getting ready to take care of our property insurance, which is due midnight December 14th of every year, I was notified by Hub. We used to be insured by Hub and their third party, which was Liberty Insurance at the time. So that increase that you see there of 35% for 21-22, that was due to weather related, as well as I believe it was some towers that we added to our account. So that raised it that 35%. But I was notified, if you guys could see in 22-23, I don't have a year there, and that's because Liberty notified me Hub notified me in October that Liberty was not going to renew our contract. And they weren't renewing, this is nationwide, they were pulling out of doing municipalities overall because of weather-related incidences. And like I said, the glorious weather that we have here, is one of those reasons they pulled out. So that left me to say, okay, what do we need to do? This is October, and I need to have insurance by midnight December 14th. So I reached out to my contact at Hub, and I said, are you searching for somebody to insure us? And she said yes, obviously. And then she came up with one entity that was willing to insure us. Out of all of her contacts, there was only one entity that was willing to insure us. And that was Travelers Insurance, which I believe we had before Liberty. So what happens when you switch your insurance companies, especially for property? They come out and they do a status evaluation, which basically they look at your property and to make sure that your numbers that you're projecting, that what you're trying to get insured is what they see. So they match up. So Travelers Insurance came out and did their status evaluation, and I would have to say this, that I wasn't happy with the way that they did it. We went to highway, and then we stayed around the campus, okay? And the reason I mention that is because I reached out to STPAA just to see if they could give us a chance. And I reached out to them, and Jerry, very nice guy, he's always there for me. Always reach out to him, and Christina. Those are my two contacts at STPAA, and they're always there for me as well as Brad for SDML. So I reached out to him and I said, look, guys, I need you guys to give me a quote if you're willing to give us a quote, and I need to be insured by midnight of December 14th. And so hard task for them to do, especially the size of our entity, but they took it on. And so what ended up happening? Travelers came back with an $817,000 premium, and SDPAA came back with $632,000. So obviously a save there. But of that $632,000, it was actually $546 before we found that $7 million worth of equipment that wasn't being insured. Okay, so why did I say I wasn't happy with Travelers? Well, when SDPAA came and did their status evaluation on our property, we did not just go to highway. We did not just stay at the campus. We went through the entire county. We went to Wall, we went to Scenic, we went to Hill City, we went to Keystone. We went to every towers. I climbed the Seth Bullock Tower. It just, we went everywhere. STPAA was thorough. This is how we were able to come up with the fact that that $7 million of equipment was not being covered. It's because of us, the list that I gave them, I said, here you go, this is what we're trying to get insured. And when I was walking around with them, I said, this isn't on here, this isn't on here, this isn't on here, what's going on? And I was going based off of what we had insured before. So that's why you see that huge difference. Now, why are we having an 18% increase? Well, I mentioned it earlier. One is because of our weather that we're having, as well as the new buildings that we'll be occupying. So right now, we're just paying, a non-occupancy rate on concourse. We'll soon pay an occupancy rate on concourse once we move in, I believe, next year sometime. So that's why we have that 18% increase plus the PDO building as well. So we have that increase based off of that, and that puts us at the basically $750,000 for our property insurance for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. So December 14th, we'll pay this year, and then it'll go into December 14th of next year. So that's why I have it 24-25. Overall, I want to end this in this. The difference that we had with HUB versus STPAA is that, yes, Travelers gave us an $817,000 premium cost, but that wasn't the broker's fee added to it. So HUB charges a broker's fee. I could say from 2022 to 2023, their broker's fee that we paid for was $19,000. Just for transactions that we do with them. SCPAA doesn't charge a broker's fee. When it comes to renewals, they don't do like the commercial entities do. They don't penalize you for putting a claim in. It's the overall pool. They take the overall pool, which is all 66 counties that we have, and we share, which is a lot why they're able to keep us low on our insurance. And I'd like to point out, even though I have an 18% increase, $113,000 overall increase for the property insurance next year, that's still below what Travelers Insurance was trying to get out of us. So with that, I stand for any questions for
Mr.
property.
Chair,
Mr. Ruskett.
Walter, relative to the property insurance, and you said they visited all these particular sites and towers, could we put together a one-page summary of all our assets, the buildings? I assume that they know the square footage if they're going to insure them, just so we'd get an overview of our property that we can take a look at.
Absolutely, sir. I already have that for you.
Yeah, I'd like to just.
So I'd be able to forward that to all of you.
Okay.
What STPAA provided for me is once we had finished with our status evaluation, they provided that exactly what you're asking for, Commissioner Roskinick.
Okay, beautiful. Thank
Yep.
you.
Any further questions for Walter?
Awesome. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Walter.
Yep.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you.
Next, that brings us up to Commission Office. Holly Haynes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Manager. I will just touch on a few highlights in the Commission Office budget for you. We'll start with personnel section. Wages for your 2.5 employees were prepared according to the guidance of the Comp Committee. The salaries for the 5 of you, I followed past practice and applied a 1.5% COLA, which is the same as what's being proposed for employees. So if the board has a different wish, now would be the time to discuss that. With our budget being so small, health insurance is based on actual. I did not put anything in for the two new commissioners coming in, so if they do choose to elect anything, that might change slightly for our budget. Going down into our operational budget, wanted to point out, under services and fees is where our dues are paid from. And this year, we received notice from the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners that they were going to implement a dues increase. And so that was not calculated into our budget. They are proposing for us, it would be an additional $7,896. So that number would need to be adjusted for that. Also underneath of there is like the Black Hills Council of Local Governments, Elevate, Hill City, Wall, Keystone Chambers. I did ask Jennifer Seatsma, the Executive Director of Black Hills Council of Local Governments, to come today in the event that the board has any questions with theirs, since they had an increase last year. Also within there is our Department of Legislative Audit annual fee that continues to go up. We also have our Granicus agenda management software, and I'm happy to finally report that we will be launching that for our next commission meeting. So that is exciting for us. We're still continuing to work on it for the planning commission portion, but we are definitely making progress with them.
Chair,
Ms. Hackett.
can you tell us about that again, Holly?
Yes, ma'am. The board was gracious enough to grant us permission to move forward with what's called Granicus, and it is an agenda management software program that we have spent some significant time getting set up. It will allow departments to input their agenda items directly instead of it being sent through Joan and myself. They can input their items up to a year in advance, which is great news. It also allows them to recreate versions so that they're not doing twice the work. The biggest benefit that I potentially see out of it is the online ability, that individuals will be able to go and search past minutes by keyword instead of having to contact us as staff to be able to access and research commission minutes. So we're pretty excited about that. It's been a long process trying to get it formatted to look and act like what we're used to. But we've got a couple of little more tweaks and we're getting close. Hopefully for Geraldine doing minutes, it will be much easier. That she'll just have to click a couple buttons to say who voted, made the motions. So yeah, we're excited. We're excited that that's finally moving forward. Next down for our publishing budget, I'm happy to say that we continue to make progress in reducing our publication costs. I contribute a lot of that to the fact that we no longer publish all of the conditions that are approved when associated with a planning and zoning item. Those are posted online and available for anybody that is interested in looking for those specifically. The next biggest increase for us shows up under our repairs and maintenance. With us moving to concourse for 2025, we have both the coverage for our maintenance program for the technology in the commission chambers, and we have the dollar amount that's going to be needed to support the new technology over in the concourse facility. Once we move in 2026, half of that portion to support this room will be transferred over to the sheriff's office budget, since this will be their facility going forward. So that budget will change. We'll go back down to support just the technology in concourse. Travel, I honestly just had the budget too high, so you will see a slight reduction in that amount. I've also included in the spreadsheet that shows how I budgeted for travel for the board and what conferences. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions for that. And then the other piece of our budget that I wanted to point out is under the grants to other entities In 2025, I have put in the $50,000 that was requested from the Western Dakota Water Regional Project. And Katie Leclerc, who's the operations manager, is with us today in the event that the board has any additional questions from when Dr. Chapman presented that request to you not too long ago. So it does skew our budget a little bit because we didn't have that included as part of the 2024. So it does show us with a little bit of an odd increase that we wouldn't normally see. So with that, that is the basics of the commission office budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Is there any questions for Holly?
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
so you have Elevate Rapid City in yours, in your budget this year?
We did not receive, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hadcock, we didn't receive any additional requests for Elevate this year.
Okay.
Last year, they were granted a $10,000 subsidy, but that amount is only $250
Okay.
for our dues to be a
Okay.
part of Elevate.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Anything else you'd like to add, Holly?
The only other thing I have, the contingency budget is a responsibility of the Board of Commissioners. We normally set that at $100,000. This year, I set it a little bit higher to include spending authority for the Western Interstate Region Conference that Pennington County will be hosting next year. But any of that spending authority would be offset by sponsorships that we intend to receive. So it was simply just the placeholder to have that spending authority. But it would be fully offset by sponsorships coming in. So just wanted to let the board know that that is also in there, and I will answer any questions in regards to that as well.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews?
Holly, a question on that agenda software.
Yes, sir.
So on the research part of that, so is there a lot of information that we have to input and to allow for that research to go backwards? Or does that begin
It'll be going forward, sir.
going forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Won't be able to research something that happened
Correct.
previous. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
The other piece that I should add to that that's exciting that goes with that is our citizens will be able to go online and sign up to receive our agendas. They can go in and insert their email address, and they can tie in certain keywords that they might be interested in. So if an agenda ever goes out that has, like a township road on it or budgets, they can sign up to receive just those specific meeting agendas. So that's a really cool feature that we've never had as well. So definitely more transparency and openness and ease for our citizens to be able to follow what the commission agendas are.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek?
So Holly, once we move to concourse and we get settled, then maybe in 2026, the repairs and maintenance should go back to about that 12,000.
Correct. Well, it might be between 12 and 16,000, depending on the cost of what the new system will be out there. We're still working with the system engineers on exactly what that system's going to look like and how much it'll be, but it'll be pretty similar to that range, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Holly. Does the commission want to continue with these next two and take a longer lunch or take a short break?
We do have one department that has volunteered to go early if you are interested in hearing from them.
You want a break? Sounds like they want to take a break.
Sounds
So I'd
good.
make a motion to take a 10-minute break. Looks like the audience is getting a little tired too.
Ladies vendor.
Moved by Hadcock,
I'll second it.
seconded by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Okay.
All right, thank you, everybody. Next on our agenda is natural resources. Give me a minute to find you, Scott.
Welcome, Scott.
Oh, that's why. It's still labeled weed and pest.
Oh, down at the end.
Are you okay?
Maybe, sometimes. Good morning, Scott Guffey, your Natural Resources Director. I think this is my 26th budget hearing, so
26 years.
don't have a prepared speech or PowerPoint for you today. I'll just jump right into the budgets and we'll talk about them.
Bugs and trees.
Yeah. First one I'll talk about is 101-166, our predatory animal. So these 5 budgets that I oversee directly benefit the agricultural community in the county and protect our natural resources. So this one here is state mandated. It's a formula the state comes up with that we pay into the state, and this to Game Fish and Parks, and it pays for the state trapper. Sean Marshich is our state trapper in the area, and he was here earlier this year and gave a short presentation to you guys about all the services he provides. What our funding directly goes to is the predatory control for the ranchers in the area to protect their cattle and sheep. So that amount did go up this year. It's based on a USDA egg survey that they do every 5 years. They just did it this year, so this amount will be good for 5 years. It was adjusted because the formula is based on the number of cattle and sheep in the county. So we have to pay in 6 cents for every cow in the county and 25 cents per head on sheep. From the last survey, our cattle numbers went up from 56,000 to 63,000 in the county, about 7,000 head increase. And then our sheep population went down in the county, 600 down to 150, so about a 400 sheep decrease. So that's why the change there. And sheep probably get a little more predation issues than cattle, so might not be as busy. Any questions on that one? That one's pretty straightforward. Next one is our 101-612. It's our conservation district, soil conservation.
162?
612. 101-612.
This one, okay, that's it. It's at the end of our,
Sorry, I've got them out of order.
So this is, Pennington County has 2 conservation districts. Pennington Conservation District, which basically covers the western half of the county, and then East Pennington, which covers the kind of the Hatchet Head, the eastern part of the county, basically east of the Cheyenne River. Provide a great service. Nobody came today. I went to both their meetings, went to East Pennington's last Monday, and then Pennington's a little bit before that. Kind of explained that its budgets are going to be tight, more so this year. Would not recommend any type of increases. They both agreed to keep at their each allotted amount. So we've been working the last few years to get them equal, so they get equal amounts. So they each get 35,000. And they provide a great service. I think you're all aware of the services they provide. So I said it's probably not a lot of questions from this commission, but I said next year when we get a couple of new ones on board, probably come and do a short presentation just so you guys, so everybody's aware of the new commission on the service they provide. They work real close with the NRCS in providing farm and ranch programs with the landowners in the county as well. So. Any questions for them?
nope.
Then the next one is 101-615. This is my big budget, the weed and pest control, natural resources budget. This one, I held the operations, froze my operations because the increase due to the wage study on the wage increases there. And then I did leave a vehicle replacement in there. We have a truck that we desperately need to replace, so 30,000 doesn't really get you a vehicle anymore. So I have 30,000 in this year's budget. there is vehicle availability now that we can get a vehicle, so I've been talking on the state bid, and I'll probably order one towards the tail end of the year, so we can maybe roll some of that money over so we can pay for it. And might have some more collector revenue that can help pay for that too, so. And then any money left there, I would probably buy some ATVs that we're probably looking to replace too. We're pretty hard on equipment, obviously bouncing around in the hills and
You put a
county
lot of
roads.
hours on those
Yep.
ATVs, don't they?
Yeah, we try to replace them within 5 years. So this budget is supported by 190,500 in revenue that we generate. I did increase that by 10,000. We did increase our labor rates. Obviously, costs are going up for us, and so is chemical costs. I've kept my operations pretty lean, so there's really no cut I can do there. With this budget, if you do cut it, every dollar you cut, you're probably losing out $2 to $3 in revenue. So it's tough to cut when we can generate that agency revenue there from the services we provide for them, the weed spraying, and then also the grants that we also go out and get on those. Any question on that one?
Any questions from the board? Nope.
And then the next one is my 101-616 grasshopper pest control. This is kind of our forestry one that we do our forestry work, our pine beetle work. I was hopeful. The Mystic District talked about getting some infrastructure funding for us to do some pre-commercial thinning work for them. We were looking at a 5-year, $1 million agreement. That money went to the Colorado Front Range, so we missed out on that one. I did apply for America the Beautiful grant for $600,000 to do some forestry work. We didn't get that one, so we're really trying to beat the brush to find funding to do some forestry work. Talk to Mystic, they're continuing to look. We do have the Title II dollars that are out there that have been building up. The two people that were overseeing that funding for the Forest Service have either retired or moved on, so it's building up and nobody's really taking charge of it. So when the next NFAB meeting is, who knows when that's going to be, because we got new charter members that are waiting to get approved in DC, and that's always a delay, but that will be one of the agenda items I request, that we look at the Title II dollars and get that advisory committee reactivated so we can get those monies available so we can put in for them.
You're putting that on the NFAB's agenda?
Yep.
And hopefully they can get that.
Yeah, because Jim Google's, the Mystic District Ranger, said that'd be the best way to get it spurned and get it on the radar of the new forest supervisor. So there's a pretty good amount sitting there. So we've always had good luck in getting a portion of that funding to do projects. So I'm hopeful that'll come in soon. But
I will say, Scott, you've done a good job keeping up on that stuff, and I think you're the good person to have on that NFAB board.
yeah, thank you. We hopefully we can get some more accomplished. It's been getting a little stagnant, but hopefully with some new members coming on there, we'll get it reactivated. Any questions on that one? The main project we got coming up, a couple of projects we're working with the Highway Department and the Forest Service to do a fence clearing on a rebuilding of a range fence along South Rockerville Road. And then we have a couple of fields projects that we're going to work with the Forest Service on too. So, and then my last one is the Title III one, 111216. And that one, Title III is tied to Title I's, 2, and 3 is tied to timber sale receipts. And I think we're all aware of the shaky ground the timber industry is on right now in the Forest Service, the Black Hills. So we're continuing to see those receipts dwindle, and in kind we're seeing those numbers drop. So we had 11% drop overall in our Title III funding. That is split between my department, search and rescue, and fire. So there was a reduction in that one just because we're getting less Title III dollars. And that's all of them.
Any questions for Scott?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Roskinek?
2025 revenues,
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a decimal point off on some of those,
Was there
29,244,000,
29 million?
unless I'm reading it wrong.
I don't get, I wish I
No, there was
read
an-
that much.
There was an error I asked because it looked weird that 29 million.
I guess I don't have that same sheet in front of me
No.
that you guys have.
Just wanted to make sure it was.
I wish that was the case. Solve a lot of our problems, wouldn't it?
I thought our problems were solved.
Yeah, right.
Any other questions for Scott? And we'll get that fixed.
Job, Scott.
Good job, Scott.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Next, that brings us up to the 4-H Youth Program Extension Advisory Board. Let me.
Good morning. I am Kim Suko. I'm the staff assistant at the 4-H office. So we are down to one advisor currently. Regina Bakley moved up in 4-H world to a state position. She's still located here in Rapid, but is not county anymore. And Jane Amiot is currently teaching over at the library. She stayed as long as she could, but had to get to that. So that leaves me. And so our budget's pretty much the same. The biggest change is, of course, normal increases in staffing pay, and then we need a new copy machine. Ours currently can't get parts for it anymore, and so we've added a capital asset of $5,900. Other than that, our budget's pretty much all the same.
Is there any questions?
Where's that?
It would be under extension, the tab.
Yeah, it's just
Extension.
extension. It's not 4-H. It's just.
Yeah, I was looking for 4-H too, but it says extension.
Officially, we're extension. And I can answer more questions later, but I also have a 4-H'er here, Riley Sleep, who's going to come speak to you a little bit. She's an ambassador for South Dakota 4-H, representing Pennington County. She's been in 4-H for 12 years, counting her Cloverbud years, and she'll tell you a little bit about what 4-H has done for her.
Welcome, Riley.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Riley Sleep. I am a current State 4-H ambassador in Pennington County. And I've been, as she said, I've been in 4-H for a total of 12 years, excluding my Cloverbud years, 9 years. But I do want to start with thanking all of you for supporting the program, as it has helped me and a lot of other youth in our younger years developing as people, especially in Pennington County, because we are the largest enrolled county in South Dakota, and having about 450 youth enrolled at this time. And so I'll start off with saying how what 4-H is, if you haven't already known. The mission of South Dakota 4-H is to enable youth in engaging in the following, which is partnerships with caring adults, positive learning environments, developing their fullest potential, and learning life skills. So for me, it has helped me in a lot of different ways. One of the things is it has helped me decide what I want to do in my future, as I'm going to be a senior in high school this year, and have been planning my college years more recently, and where I want to go to college and what I want to do. And that has helped me narrow down everything I want to do, so I know before I go to college, which I plan on attending South Dakota State University for music education. But overall, there's so many skills that it has helped me with. One thing is, it has been proven that 4-H provides youth the ability to present to people and the skills that they need to communicate with people effectively, as I am doing right now. I would not be able to do things like this if it wasn't for 4-H, because I would be way too nervous to do anything. It has taught me so much about public speaking and talking to people. I recently, last August, I spoke with the mayor of Rapid City about 4-H. And I've spoke with a lot of other people about 4-H because of being able to communicate with people effectively, because of all of the skills I've learned for public speaking as well as other things. It has provided me a lot of opportunities to travel. This last January, I traveled to San Antonio, Texas for the National Consumer Decision Making Skillathon, which is a skillathon on basically your skills of choosing products as a consumer. So 4-H provides that opportunity to learn how to properly choose items in stores, or anytime you have to buy something like a house or anything, and how all the like the decisions that go into that, and how you can properly choose the proper item you want to get. So I went and did that, and I had to first qualify for that at the state fair, which is held in Huron in September of every year, which I go to as well. And it also, I have personally not went, but it also provides trips to Washington, D.C. for the Citizenship Washington Focus, which allows youth to have the opportunity to learn about a lot of things in Washington, D.C., as well as other opportunities there and citizenship, which that brings me to the overall 6 pillars of character for 4-H, which is trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. So it allows youth a lot of opportunities, especially with community service, which is a huge part that I personally do a lot of. And we have state projects every year that we do for our communities and other areas. This current year, our community service project is Clover Care Kits, which is basically creating kits with different items such as like towels, toothbrushes, all the necessities that we then donate to like homeless shelters and other places that need those items. So we really try to build character within the youth, as well as providing those technical life skills to be prepared for the future, like community service, public speaking, as well as anything you would need as an adult, like how to cook. We do a lot of things with that, as well as other opportunities. And part of being a state 4-H ambassador, as I am, we speak about 4-H, as well as we also put on a leadership camp every summer in on the South Dakota State University campus in Brookings to teach youth about leadership, as that is an important skill as well. And through all that, it also allows youth to have experience in parliamentary procedure, as we do have meetings that follow the laws of parliamentary procedure. And I've been president for 2 years, vice president for a year, and I've also been a Clover Bud manager in my last club, which we help with the younger youth of 4-H as well. So it has provided me with a lot of opportunities to learn a lot of things with a lot of services.
Here,
Very well done, Riley. Ms. Hadcock.
think you're ready to take my place. You sound to get more experience than I do in a lot of things, so that's pretty cool. You speak very well, and you give a lot of information quick. That was pretty informational. What I like about these programs, like you're saying, they're good diversion programs. We have programs in Pennington County for lots of youth, but I kept saying, and we'll keep saying, for city and county youth, you're not going to get better programs than you do at 4-H.
Yeah.
They just encompass so many different areas, whether it be ag or non-ag, in skills that I've always liked 4-H and listening to you guys since I started with 4-H with you guys, 9 years ago? I don't even know how many years ago now, 10 years ago with Patty. Got me interested in it more and making me come because she's like, you got to see this. but you're proof that it works, and you love it, looks like.
Yep.
And I appreciate your speech today. It was very wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I got Mr. Drews first.
So, Ms. Sleep, you're a wonderful representative for 4-H. So keep up the good work. For somebody that had been in 4-H 65, 70 years ago, it's good to hear that the basics are still being taught there. It's a civics class all in itself, which is great. So, because it's not being offered in a lot of other places at this point in time. So, good job. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Roskinek.
I'm going to echo Commissioner Drews, but I just think that was a very good presentation. I could feel your passion, and they're very lucky to have you in the program. And just want to say we need more folks like you to get out there and get the youth in our community involved in something positive instead of some of the negative directions that they go. So once again, very good presentation.
Thank you.
I concur.
I'm going to echo something, Riley. I think you did a very fine job up here, and you're very involved. You know, unfortunately, in our community, a lot of times what we do is we invest a lot of our funding in the aftermath of juvenile detentions and probations and that type of stuff. The investment that we do in organizations like yours, I think, pays off in the long run because it helps those people keep it on the path, and they get to see what's happening in the community. I mean, you went to San Antonio, you get to experience that at a young age and see that there's more to life than just what's around your neighborhood. So kudos to you and the encouragement that you do for all the other youth, because you're being a prime example and a positive mentor to many. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you for sitting through all the budget hearings this morning. Did you learn anything?
I think I did. And I would like to end it off with, I would like to meet with one of you privately to also speak more about it as well.
You got our emails. You can just send out an email, and our phone numbers are on the website too, so you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the board for the extension? If not, we've got the opportunity that I think Shannon wanted to present, but I don't see him out there.
I know he, and I think Davis is here, that Buildings and Grounds could go. You do have a member from the public who has submitted a public comment form that you could take. I can call Shannon, he's right there, whatever the board wishes.
You guys want to go through Shannon real quick?
Yep.
So we'll do equalization. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you. I appreciate jumping the schedule. I've got a personal commitment this afternoon I want to make sure I make. And this shouldn't take too long. So you've got the letter I wrote for my budget. My budget is really pretty simple. I only do one thing, and I don't have any revenue. I've tried to figure out how I could charge people to assess their home and create a revenue stream, but I don't know that that'd work so well. I did budget tight this year, trying to help the wage study, raises in any way that I can. What I do, though, is mostly fixed costs. There's only so much I can tighten. We're not going to replace a car next year. It will have to be replaced the year after that, but that saves some money. I have budgeted for $10,000 expense for appraisal and court experience on some of the larger appeals. We've talked about this in the past. Commissioner Roskinek, you and I had actually talked to 10,000, probably not going to be enough going into the future. I'll be looking at more money in next year's budget for that, but we'll see how this year goes. It's a reality we face as we get more and larger appeals. My staff just overwhelmed with them, and then are not doing regular work. So that's what my budget is this year. It's not much of an increase, even with the wage study and the raise that's in place. It's still a very small increase. But I would like to say something about the future. And the next couple of years are going to be a little bit different. I haven't asked for additional FTEs in my office in 10 years. And it was 10 years before that when we added additional FTEs. The county's grown, population's grown, there's more buildings than there was 10 years ago. Our assessed value right now is double what it was 10 years ago. I will need new appraisers and expect to see that in the next year or two. I'm not sure how many and I'm not sure how, when. And maybe we get into the new building and we look at where we got for space. But the fact is, Pennington County is growing. And there's more buildings out there and I need more appraisers to keep up on it. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drews.
So Shannon, relative to the additional funds for circuit court appeals, et cetera, how do you, is there kind of a trend there that those are increasing, or do you just, figure there's going to be 2 or 3 of those a year? How do you judge that?
I'm absolutely guessing. But we are seeing more serious appeals on the larger valued properties. Most of those are coming from tax reps from out of state. And there are other states that deal with these tax reps more than what we do in South Dakota, but we're seeing more of that here. And when you've got somebody that makes a commission on an assessment appeal, any reduction in the assessment results in a reduction of the tax to that property owner, and that tax rep takes half or more of that for a year or two or whatever their agreement is. There's a financial incentive, and we're seeing more of those people coming into South Dakota. And of course, it's a bigger return on the high-valued properties. You don't get much on a $200,000 home in that situation. So we're seeing more of that here, and the properties are increasing in value. It's just happening more often, but I can't tell you how many we're going to have next year or the year after. I'm just to the point right now where my staff spends 2 to 3 months dealing with one property like that. And I need to put that out and let my staff do their job on all of the other properties.
Mr. Chair.
You done, Gary?
Yeah, I am.
Mr. Glaster.
So, and maybe you said this whenever I stepped out for a second, but how many, over the last 3 years, how many of those tax representative groups have taken us to court?
Three, maybe?
One a year, each year, or?
Well, we've got 2 this year, and you said in the last 2 to 3 years, so I just added another one that I can't think of.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
You done?
I'm done, yeah, I just wondered.
Some of the
Mr. Ruskin.
properties that Shannon's talking about, they're income properties, and they got to be valued using an income approach. And when you get an appraiser testifying for the client that's appraised 200 of these properties, he carries a lot of weight, or they carry a lot of weight. And in a situation like that, when you're in a 10, 20, $30 million property, you want to have your ducks in a row. And sometimes we just have to go to an outside source. And I think that's what Shannon's trying to cover, if we have to do that.
Oh, so you're, I'm gathering clarification that you're supporting.
Yeah, absolutely.
appraiser, 'cause-
I think it's a necessary evil, because when you sit there and look at the consequence, it can be pretty damaging relative to maybe a situation that we both experienced earlier this year.
So I'd like to add to that. That's absolutely right. But on top of that, You use the phrase, get your ducks in a row. I have one or two staff members, including the state's attorney's office, wrapped up in this one property. It takes a lot of time to get your ducks in a row. And short of hiring another person to do that full-time, which I don't think we need, we contract out for that.
Good point. I mean, I understand that because the one case that I know of that we were looking at, you were talking about hiring an outside person to come in because sometimes someone outside of the picture can take a different look, so. But yeah, so that's the understanding that could be, it's 10,000 this year, but it could go up depending on.
I started small specifically this year. I think it needs to be more money. But as I introduced this with, I tried to make a tighter budget this year. I'm just giving you advance notice. It'll be more money next year.
Appreciate that, Shannon.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
And
Russ.
there is a possibility we might not even need those funds, but they're there if we do.
Absolutely. Yep, that is definitely something that we budget for that might not happen. Yes.
Is there any further questions for Shannon?
Thank you. I appreciate jumping ahead in the schedule. Thanks.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon.
Davis is here.
At this point, does the board want to go ahead with buildings and grounds?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Sounds like it. So, Mr. Davis.
All right.
New, this is new info from him.
Okay.
You have the floor whenever you're ready, Mr. Purcell.
Okay, good morning, good morning, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Buildings and Grounds Director. I didn't come up with a speech or anything. I know there's a lot of, there's kind of a microscope on B&G and these additional buildings that have been purchased lately. But I think we all know how essential the services that B&G provides to the county are, and especially with these additional buildings that we have purchased and the possible new jail tower in the near future. We cannot reduce our budget, and I will go through that. I do not have a PowerPoint either. What I'm going to do is kind of go through my narrative, point some stuff out, but I did provide a lot of additional information on operational costs per building, some inflation breakdowns, and some other things like that I'll go over. So if you guys have any questions along the way, please just let me know. And as far as revenues go, B&G doesn't have any revenues. We just have reimbursements from the city of Rapid City for certain buildings that they occupy. Go over that one later. Our biggest expense out at Concourse is just going to be a washer and dryer, which is essential for our custodial staff to do their things out there. And then I will move on to narrative here. So obviously, like I said, with the addition of 14 St. Joe that we closed on, I believe, in December of 23, and then also we have the 900 Concourse building, which we awarded the bid to SECO not too long ago, which is we have our pre-construction meeting tomorrow with them. So we'll be occupying that building in the fall of next year, hopefully, if everything goes as it should. So overall, we are seeking a $390,857 increase, which is 6.41% for 2025. And that is not including
the requested FTEs that I'll go over. You'll see here with the additional FTEs, we're at $586,709, which would be a 9.6% increase overall. So I am asking for 5 new FTEs. 3 of those, well, actually 4 of them to help with budget purposes, they would not start until July of next year. Because we would have 3 custodians, full-time custodians for 900 concourse, and we'd have 1 full-time maintenance technician out there. And again, those would not be hired until July of next year. And then we're looking at hiring a building technician just for our correctional facilities for the jail and the jail annex. Our staff gets stretched pretty thin on those 2 buildings. The logs tend to back up, and it's a spot that we really need an additional FTE. And also, I believe that FTE would make up for any additional needs for the new jail tower as well. So we wouldn't need anything else for that building. Currently have 41 FTEs, or 40, and 2 part-time non-benefited. We have 4 open positions. As requested from Travis, you can see on this page here that I'm pointing at, you can see how long some of these positions have been open and how the impact on our budget that those are. For the most part, I know before I came here, I started in October of '23, but I know they had some issues filling custodial positions and maintenance technician positions, but we've actually been able to hire those positions relatively quick, just up until about a couple weeks ago, and we are not seeing a lot of applications come through. So we'll see how that goes. So you can see the wage study implementation increases. I broke it all down for you with everything from group insurance all the way up to salaries and wages. And over time, you can see the impact there on B&G's budget. And I will go over some of those positions here where we have really large discrepancies. And I'll show you that here in a minute. And then the new FTEs, it's all broken down there for which buildings they'll be occupying, when we will hire them, and this total here down at the bottom, like I said, is with hiring 4 of them in July. So we are not accounting for the 6 months, prior to that. So obviously next year there would be an increase if we were to hire all those positions and fill them. And then you can see there the total impact for the full implementation, which is your wage study increase, and then the 5 new FTEs, and then that brings your total there. Any questions so far?
Any questions from the board so far? You got a lot of good, you got a lot of good information in here,
Good.
Mr. Purcell.
Mr. Chair, actually, I do have a question. Did you say you needed 4 or 5 additional FTEs?
So 5 total. 4 would be just for 900 concourse,
Okay.
and 1 would be a correctional tech, building technician.
Can you explain why the correctional tech just a little bit more? Because that's a little more difficult as far as security getting in and out, if I'm correct.
It is, yep, and it takes a significant amount of time for our foreman, Jason Enders, to train somebody in a facility like that. And typically when any one of our techs are working in an area, they usually bring another person with them for security purposes, but also to make sure all of our tools are accounted for and everything's going like it should. So it's difficult to do that. Most of the time, it's just one person responding to a call. Obviously, we have a lot of infrastructure issues with our original jail that cause a lot of issues for B&G as far as Just constant fixes on basically the MEP system there, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Our detention security, electronics are a huge issue there. Something we're hoping to fix with the new jail expansion. But again, yeah, it's very difficult to keep up on those logs at the jail with just one or two people. So,
Okay.
yeah. And it's a 24-hour, 365 operation that they got going on there. So, I guess real quick, I will touch on this before I get down any further. So, Rita Bender, my office manager, did a fantastic job for me. I asked for this yesterday from her. It was something I did not put in the original budget that I submitted to you, but I wanted to show our custodian the step 1 hourly rate is $13.73, and then step 12, which is typically where we have to hire any one of these positions here just to get them through the door. I did not put a difference line on here, so I know it's you have to do a little bit of math. But I mean, 1373 is, our custodians are essential to the operations and the services that are provided throughout the county. And it's almost, to be honest, it's almost an insultingly low number to start an employee out at the county, no matter what the position may be. And like I said, step 12 is where we have the power to get them up to, but then it's hard to get them any raises after that other than just COLA or end of year things that are implemented. But you can see here, so step 1, hourly rate, $13.73. Step 1 for the new wage scale is $17.78. It may seem like a big jump, but then again, I urge you to go back to step 12 because that's where we typically hire these positions at. So we're looking at a $2.04 raise or bump. But the thing is, this allows us to hire these positions at step 1 and give them incremental raises rather than, just getting them on board and then not being able to do much from there. So that one was a big discrepancy. Maintenance Tech 2, which is where we hire a lot of our techs at if they have experience. I don't even think we have a Tech 1 at this point. But you can see there where step 1 is currently, and then step 1 for the proposed wage scale. And then another one I wanted to point out too is our lead plumber right here, and then your electrical foreman. I don't know, I haven't seen, at least in my experience, where you could get a licensed plumber with as much experience as you would need for a job like this at $22.34 an hour. So as you can see, some of these step 1s are a significant increase, but at the same time, if we want to be competitive and actually get quality people, which we do currently at B&G, but if we need to continue to hire quality people, and especially tradesmen's licensed tradesmen, we need to be more competitive with these, especially with the complexity of the jail and of the buildings that they're dealing with. This is a huge, this is a great thing, in my opinion, to see that we actually looked at these technical bands correctly through Lightcast and things like that, and it's shown here. So before I close that, do you have any questions about that sheet?
Mr. Drews.
So Davis, on the lead plumber, tell me when you're hiring, what are the requirements for that lead plumber?
It's a great question. I don't have the qualifications off the top of my head. I do know it's a licensed plumber, at least 5 or 6 years of experience. And then obviously, I think we even throw in their correctional experience if possible, but that's hard to come by, right? Because that's an animal in and of itself. I mean, we could probably use a plumber in our jail all the time with the infrastructure fixes that are needed. But like I said, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head exactly what those qualifications are, but if you need me to get those to you, I can, so.
No, what I was wondering is if they had to be licensed at that point in time.
They do,
But you're
yes.
saying they also have to have experience.
They do. They have to have quite a bit of experience, yep, and then obviously the electrical foreman too has to be licensed as well.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Questions?
Any other questions on that? I have to agree, Davis, on that part, you know. I work in maintenance and construction and I look at the starting wages and we ain't even, we're way above that right now, so.
Yeah, and it's complicated to really detail out everything that my staff does. But, you know, our construction techs can do pretty much anything. You know, they do office renovations, they do office remodels, they add on to offices and things like that. I mean, there's just, it's hard to reach the full extent of everything they do, but if we can be more competitive in the market, we can definitely keep qualified individuals here, so.
Yeah, the trade industry for HVAC also,
Yeah.
you know, we're looking with that experience also, not just the plumbers, but to have
Right,
a good one on hand.
right. And we're getting less and less people in the tradesman field where, so there's more demand, which means wages are only gonna go up,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go through line item by line item here quickly. Slight increase to insurance for our vehicle coverage. Services and fees, this covers contracts for buildings, building systems, as well as miscellaneous fees for computer software programs, Time Clock Plus, and electrical and plumbing licenses. We're looking at a 5% increase at $16,299 to accommodate increasing costs, obviously with our existing service contracts, as well as additional service contracts that are going to be needed for 900 Concourse and the PDO building. And again, this 5% wasn't just pulled out of a hat. It's I did a lot of research on inflation and things like that. And like I said, with the MEP companies, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and you can throw elevator companies in there as well. Wages are going up, everything's going up. Inflation is you know, at an all-time high right now, and that's where we got that number from. And then repair and maintenance, similar situation. We're looking at 28,862 increase, which is a 9.1 percentage increase for that line item, and that is for 900 Concourse and PDO, as well as a slight inflationary factor too for contractor services. A little bit of this chunk here is because we have an elevator at the PDO building, which they are not cheap to maintain. So things like that, and I can break these down further if needed. Same thing here with supplies and materials. It's just inflationary costs that are associated with everyday things that B&G has to buy supplies and materials for. And then trying not to take up too much time here on utility services. These are very hard to predict, believe it or not, because I have some numbers from our PDO building and some from Concourse, but Concourse is completely unoccupied, and PDO is more than half unoccupied at the time. So you can see here, I don't need to go through all this, but also I want to mention a couple things here that are not really associated with the PDO costs, the PDO building and the Concourse building, but more or less our existing utilities. In March of '24, this year, MDU placed an interim adjustment of 37% on their basic service charge and distribution delivery charge. And this adjustment obviously wasn't accounted for in this year's budget, but will have to be absorbed. So I think we'll be able to do that this year, as long as we don't have a really, really cold winter. And then also, the city has increased their rates for water and water recreation, or reclamation, excuse me, by 10% through 2028. And I provided those details in the inflationary packet that I submitted as well.
There.
Ms. Hackett.
Well, Davis, I think your utilities are low, but that's just my thinking from the buildings and the increases and what your past has been. But
Sure.
looks like you tried to put some of those in there just because of the cost, but you only have a $226,000 increase.
Yeah, so looking back at last year's budget hearings, I believe Mike Cool put a little bit in there for concourse. Um, I don't know how much of that was approved. I didn't get to look into that. But the one thing I can provide for a response to your question is 900 concourse here.
Right.
I'm doing the best I can to not ask for all of the utilities this year because I know it's tight. But these numbers are based off of half of a year, 6 months.
Okay, I was gonna
Yep.
say.
So these numbers here, so I mean, garbage actually won't go up. This is actually higher now because we're gonna need to use this for just not for construction purposes, but we'll need it all year. But electricity could double, natural gas could double, water could double out there. So,
That's what I was gonna say, because it looked
yep,
pretty low, and then I forgot, we're not gonna
we're not going
occupy
to
until
occupy it.
26.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yep. And the SECO, the contractor, will be paying for the utilities while they are in construction. So, and then so yeah, you can see up here the water 10% increase, what it amounts to. And these are all based off existing utilities now, not PDO and concourse. But I did put those inflationary percentages into the other numbers. But you can see all those amounts are broken down. The miscellaneous utilities reduction is we're not paying for phone services for the elevators and some other things. So we have a little reduction there. So you can see the total increase of existing is 57,573. Total for next year for 14 St. Joe is 75,000. 900 concourse, we're at 94. It seems significantly more than 14 St. Joe, and I understand how that can be confusing, but 14 St. Joe is half the size roughly of concourse. It's also not entirely, the exterior isn't all windows like concourse is. There's also more than double the amount of HVAC rooftop units at concourse. So that's why you'll see that electricity costs be a little bit higher there. And then the total increase there, you can see everything's broken down. Any questions on that?
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
So,
Roscoe?
on 14 St. Joe, does the tenant, First Interstate Bank, do they pay any utilities or is that rent?
I don't believe they do. I believe it's in their rent.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe it's broken down separately.
Okay.
Capital assets, we provided a spreadsheet that has all this broken down into it. I can touch on that later, but we were approved for 261,000 last year to update our fleet and do some other things, and we've been doing that so far this year. We still have a need to replace some old equipment, as well as purchase another plow truck. And that plow truck consists of a flatbed, a sander, and some other items that go onto it. So that's all broken down there. So it is a reduction of 142,000 on that line to ease the impact a little bit. And then I will go over this a little bit more. But for the accumulated building fund or capital improvements 160, our current budget is 800,000. And we are looking at an additional 200,000 for capital improvement projects. When you have over 1 million square feet and over $300 million in assessed value of buildings that B&G more or less provides the operational and cleaning services and all that, there's just things that are going to happen. And I'll show you in this breakdown here for why I'm requesting that. And it is a permanent or whatever you want to call it request, not just for 2025.
Chair.
Yeah, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Haggard.
So a cumulative building, I thought was the 6 million or the 5, whatever, and B
This
and
is,
G
I'm
was.
not sure. This is how it's broken down on the master spreadsheet. This is like this, the highlighted number that, or the highlighted thing you see up there
Yep.
is what's broken down. I actually think, I think it's right
I guess I was
here.
confused, because a cumulative building I always thought was like the 5-6 million that we were putting in, and then there would be reserves in that, and then the B and G was always like 800,000 a year.
Yeah, I guess I'm not aware.
Am I missing
I, I,
something?
I did not have a chance. Oh, go ahead, Cindy, if you have something to say.
Come
Thank
help
you,
out, Sid.
Dave, sorry.
Sneaking up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy Molnar, Pennington County Auditor. The bond budget that we pay all the bond payments for is also in the accumulated building fund. But he does have this separate capital improvements budget that was the 800,000, and now he's asking to go to 1 million. That help?
Thank you, Miss Cindy.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
Davis, is that a reasonable amount, or that seems kind of low, knowing that we have expanded 2 buildings and we were operating with 800,000 in our current footprint, but as we expand to 2 new buildings, the PDO building and 900 Concourse, $200,000 doesn't seem like a lot that you're going to need in that fund to do what you're going to need to do.
Sure. That's a great point. What I'm trying to do here is minimize the overall impact while also getting everything that we think needs to get done now, or within the next 5 years with this $1 million, and then we can look at that further. I will show you a bunch of cost breakdowns for the next 5 years of where we can put this money towards. Some of them are known, but I can tell you probably a quarter of that of 800,000, so maybe 200,000 is stuff that is unforeseen every year that happens.
200,000
Could be, yeah,
unforeseen?
and I don't want to be held to that, but I'm saying in times, yes, there's many projects that pop up out of the blue that need to get finished right away. And even if they're 15 or 20,000 apiece, we may have 4 or 5 of those. So there's 100,000 right there just in 1 year. And then there's other things that come up as well. So, but I'll go over some of this breakdown and we can talk about that further too. So.
Okay.
3 to 5 year forecast, obviously with the property acquisitions, hopefully we'll kind of have our 10 to 20 year growth figured out now. Still have the new jail tower. And then I truly do not think we will have to request any new FTEs, even like I said, if we're approved for all 5 of the ones that we're requesting for this year. I don't think we will need any for a while, unless we start to expand even more or build more buildings or buy more buildings or whatever we may do. I don't think though in the 5 to 10 year outlook that we'd actually, need to hire additional FTEs, so. So here is the breakdown for the capital improvement budget increase that I'm asking for. Here's sort of the reason I'm asking for it, and this will kind of go along with your point, Mr. Lassiter. Some of these projects are quite large. We have a JSC parking lot reconstruction that's estimated at 450 to 550,000. A lot of times when we have a project like that, we may phase it out over 2 or 3 years, because if we spent 550,000 on one project, we wouldn't be able to get much done. Whereas if we had that cushion or that extra 200,000 in there, we could bite off a bigger chunk of this or do it all at once. We also have multiple roof replacements that have not been planned for. There is no plan for roofs other than what Dave, my assistant, has put together. We know when certain buildings were built or when the roof was last replaced, but that's a major cost on some of these larger buildings, and they should be replaced every 20 years at least. So, and I'll go through some of these here. So, I know this isn't very large here, but you can see the red here is unforeseen repairs. We had a New Underwood shop roof that was, it's leaking pretty bad, that we're looking at getting finished this year. That's about $100,000. We had the Care Campus sewer main repair. We had a big dip in there. That Action Mechanical is working on that this week. And then we also have the jail kitchen floor where we have sanded grout that was put in the jail kitchen floor, and it should have been epoxy to begin with, and it's failing. And that's a huge cost that we're trying to limit as much as possible. I don't even have an estimate, but it's going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, especially to try to fix it while operating as well. So again, these things are all broken down. You can see the JSC parking lot. If we were to do half of it, that's what we budgeted for. We have the natural resources sanitation connection, which is being done this year for $108,000. Some door hardware upgrades, elevator upgrades, JSC roof repair, that was done this year. And then these fire panel replacements too. I guess I actually forgot to mark those as red. These were unforeseen. We had multiple fire panels this year just completely go out on us. So we had to get those done. So again, if you break it down every year, you can see down here with the highlighted percentage of how much we are over our 800,000. And these are things that we know about. And there's a lot of unknowns. So again, we're trying to be budget conscious and ask for what we know we could use now and see where it gets us, especially the wage study implementation would be nice to actually implement. So, and I know that's a huge ask. So, but again, I don't know how much you want me to go through these.
I have a question.
Yep.
Mr.
So,
Gross.
on the jail kitchen floor,
Yep.
so was that done to specification originally? Or?
It was. I don't know the details of it. I believe that it was asked that it was epoxy grout, but it wasn't actually spec'd that way, so epoxy grout was not put in. So they have a whole baking area where a lot of flour gets poured, or excuse me, spilled on the floor and things like that, and it just completely degrades that sanded grout. So, but I believe it was done how it was spec'd for in the project. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
My question would be, a prime example of those fire panels is we've had a couple false alarms.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why, wasn't it? I know we had one panel that was making the noise, had to get reset and so forth, but that's.
Yeah, the PSB fire panel happened, man, I want to say right at the beginning of this year. And it was, I mean, the whole, it just completely kaput on us. I mean, it was shot. And then we started to evaluate other fire panels, and then doing so realized that if we didn't upgrade them now, especially with like the JSC one, there'd be way bigger problems down the road. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. I won't go through any more of those capital improvement projects unless anyone wants me to.
And those are all vended through the building committee, correct?
Not all of these yet, because these are things that will have to get done in the years coming. Okay. So, yeah, the projects that have been awarded and that we're actually working on this year have been approved, yes. So.
I think you were here when Fairgrounds was here talking about their HVACs, and I commend you guys for, you guys' system shows the life of stuff that, and when you expect it to go out and needs to be replaced before it goes out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I spoke about HVACs being 20 to 25 years. Longer with good maintenance, and I think you guys, even our chillers, I know we've had that discussion years back on having a plan for those, replacing those and so forth. So I commend you guys on on how you keep track of that and know the years of it and when when you need to start budgeting for that
Sure,
stuff.
appreciate that. So this next section is, this is a working spreadsheet, so there may be some slight errors in it and some other things, but for the most part, I think it's pretty awesome. And what it'll do is it'll show operational costs per building. I also broke down the maintenance team, how many of them are there. I broke down custodial team, kind of what they're responsible for. And then if you go down, this is a big part of the packet that I submitted, and I don't need to go through every single one of these. But I think this will help the commission and also anyone else that's interested in seeing these numbers. When you look at square footage of a building, the year built, the assessed value of it, and when you come down here, you can see the operating expenses for 2023. Utilities alone for cab, we're at 132,000. They're all broken. So basically, every one of these line items under utilities are added up to this number here. And then you have repairs and maintenance, you add that up to here, and then you add custodial up to here, and this is your total number.
Okay, thank you.
So this is broken down by labor, service agreements, supplies, materials, and then obviously all the utilities. And then where there's been capital improvements as well, we show that and what was done. So again, there's improvements we can make. There's things we can do to this working spreadsheet that will give, I guess, a lot of insight on where B&G's main budget actually goes to. So, I don't really know if I need to go through all those, but I threw them all in there so you guys can just kind of see the scope and understanding just how incredible of a team that I have and all the buildings and different things that they take care of. And then there is one here at the evidence building where it shows the city revenue or reimbursement where the city pays 61% of operational costs. So you'll see that there. So we broke all that down. So hopefully this is helpful to understand some of those expenses. If you want me to touch on it further, I certainly can. So.
Ms. Hadcock.
This is about the most broken down buildings and grounds we've ever had, and detailed, and I appreciate everything you've done with this, and you're new. So you must have well, we already knew you had a great team, but you also have a good team to help you with this budget because a lot of this is very well broken down, and I appreciate that to figure out the numbers and the total costs of buildings and stuff that's been happening.
Sure.
So thank you for everything you've done on this, Dave.
Yeah, appreciate
your
that.
team.
We'll continue to expand on this for the next few years. And, this is our vehicle and equipment plan, broken down, obviously kind of how we track our vehicles and how we go through it and make sure that they're in working order. Like I stated earlier, about the past year and a half, we've been able to replace 4 service vehicles and purchase the necessary equipment for 900 concourse. Replacing those 4 service vehicles allowed us to update our aging fleet. And then hopefully we can get back on track now to just purchasing a couple vehicles per year. So this one here is quite large, and I don't really need to go into it too far. But you can see it's broken down for the next 4 years on what we plan to use that capital asset fund to replace some of the equipment. It shows you the year, how old the equipment is, the year it was purchased, the purchase price, and then obviously what condition it's in. So don't really need to go into any more detail unless you want me to.
Ms. Hadcock.
I'm sorry, I just said it was very detailed.
Oh.
Very nice to see the year and everything, that all the equipment they have and what they're gonna need for the future is nice to see on a spreadsheet.
Now, kind of piggyback on that, because if I remember right, and this brings it to my mind, is when you talk about the sanding trucks that we need to replace. I mean, The sanding and that type of stuff's pretty hard on those vehicles, and if I remember right, you guys purchase, or you look at the used ones for the, like, the sanding trucks and that's
Mhm.
so forth, and that's what you did last time, because there's no sense of buying new when
Yeah.
those trucks get,
And the mag water is tough on those rigs
it
as
is.
well, so, yep.
I just wanted to stress that I know you guys look at that and let the commission know that that's the route you take on those.
Sure. Last thing is just, I put together an inflationary sort of summary. I don't really need to read through all of it. It just talks about inflation costs, what the 10-year average has been, and this inflation cost is basically construction focused. So construction or that sort of, I guess you can see like non-residential building, and then infrastructure costs and things like that. So it doesn't really have anything to do with maybe some of the things that Carol would mention in her presentation on inflation or anything like that. But it shows 3.7% from 2011 to 2020. 2021, it jumped to 8%. In 2022, it hit 12%. So, those are still things, and obviously this is my first budget presentation, but I'm sure those are things that are still create ache and pains, especially for B&G, because we purchase those same materials from the same stores. We also have contractors that do service agreements and maintenance on our equipment, and things like that, and their wages are increasing and their costs are increasing. So this is just to show that. I'll go into a little bit of detail here. This chart here shows the predicted inflation updated to Q4 of last year. And you can see the real outliers are 2021 and 2022. And you can see you had those 14%, 15% increases. Yeah, it went back down, but the problem is we didn't subtract anything from those. We're just adding more percentage onto those over the next year. So those jumps are still hard to deal with today, and those are things that we're seeing. And then this is a construction analytics building cost index for non-residential buildings. And this, like it says, measures changes in the cost of construction, commercial, industrial, and institutional buildings. So it's broken all down here. You can see 2019 was used as a baseline because of how, essentially because of COVID and everything that happened after that. But you can see how much it's jumped. And in some cases, we are at 50% higher, and this is residential, but 50% higher for those costs just over 5-6 years. So that's a huge thing, and it's one of the reasons why it's hard for B&G to really reduce their budget without reducing services so that we provide. Another thing, just this is a graph broken down of that chart above there that just shows where those big jumps were. So again, I broke down what all this means. I don't need to read through it all here, but and then the sources there. And then these are those rates, those utility increases that you can see here. You can see down here at the bottom, you can see that 37.76% increase, and it's an interim increase. I reached out to MDU to figure out how long that's actually going to go on for, and I could not get a clear answer. I even looked at some of the details from their meetings, and I couldn't figure it out. So I don't know how long that increase is gonna go on for, but it will go back down to 4.9% overall for commercial buildings. So I put that in there just for reference. And then the last thing is just 4.9%. And the last thing is the water and water rec fees. You can see it's 2024 through 2028. And it's broken down here, and this is where we would fall, commercial, industrial, and if you calculate all these increases, it's 10% every year, so. And I will stand for any questions.
Okay, was that, I'll repeat what I said earlier on the narrative. The information that you provided is outstanding, and I think walking through this explains a lot. I'm sure Deb probably knows cleaning supplies have gone up, electricity, everything, and it just, it's eating at not only us, but also the public also. I mean, everybody's having to cut back somewhere. And you showed where, I really liked where you got the years in there, where it went up 14, 15%, and hasn't gone down. Construction costs, that's why our assessments have gone up, and to build a house, our commercial buildings have gone up, and you did a good job of showing that and where it's coming from, and I appreciate that.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? For Sal?
All right,
Thank you,
guys.
Davis.
Yep, thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskine.
So then, Davis, next year we'll kind of use the same template in your presentation, so we'll have updated numbers.
Yep, that's why we created this year, to be able to just update it as needed and come back with the same information, so.
Okay, so
Yep.
we can see trends, actual trends.
You bet.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Davis.
Thanks.
So
Sure.
you got
So
to,
can we resolve the 18th?
oh,
I'm getting a request for traveling, so I just assume
oh.
settle that, so I know if I'm
So
gonna be.
would the board like to take up the July 18th special budget meeting to bring back concerns and work session?
What day's that again?
Be July 18th, it's a Thursday, and it would be at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm good.
Good.
And probably just the morning, is that what we're thinking on?
I think if we can't get things resolved for the provisional or give direction to bring back something, we might have to, if we could have to schedule another one, but that's something we can discuss at that time,
Mr. Chair, the provisional will need to be approved by the end of July.
by the end, yeah.
So there won't be a regular commission meeting after the 18th, so we would, in theory, need to schedule provisional approval for the 18th.
Okay.
Of course, it can be whatever it is, and then we continue to do additional work.
If we could give some of the directions to have a provisional at that meeting to approve, and with the understanding that we all know that it could be changed after that and still worked on.
If there's any directives that the board would wish to give today, that would give Cindy and the departments time to go back and make those changes or present you with estimated numbers if you're looking for different scenarios.
Okay.
We'd rather have that direction sooner rather than later.
Sure. Well, at the end of this meeting today, we'll go to the board for any considerations or so forth.
But we would like to have a motion, if that's the wish of the board, to schedule that special meeting.
I'd
be
make
my
that as a
motion.
motion.
Second.
Okay, I was hearing, I had stereo going on there. So moved by Drews and seconded by Hadcock to schedule a special budget meeting, work session meeting for July 18th at 8 a.m. with an estimated time of 3 hours. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Drews.
could I ask a question of Holly relative to copiers too?
Sure.
So Holly, looking at what the status is of copiers overall, because that was one of the requests that came in this morning, that a need of a new copier. So as I understand it, we're going away from the lease copiers, or maybe leases are not available anymore, or?
I'm gonna phone a friend and ask Cindy, our auditor, to explain. It has to do with accounting and
okay.
how it's being accounted for.
Okay.
I remember this discussion last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Governmental Accounting Standards Board, so we have GASB 87. That makes us account for all of those leases. And what ends up happening is that the first year you start the lease, you have to pay for the copier. And we have to charge that to the budget, so that inflates the budget. And then over the course of you making payments on that lease, you're paying for it again. So it's done twice. And the accounting side of it is very complicated. And it just makes things messy as far as I'm concerned. And it does look like we're paying for a copier twice when you have to charge it out the full value the first year you get it and then make your payments in addition to that. So I've been requesting that the departments move away from those leases as much as possible.
So the option would be to make actual purchases rather than.
Yep.
So does that involve, like, this morning it was from Extension that they talked about it. Does that involve the extension also for those outlying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Anything that's in the county budget
Okay,
has to be accounted for that way.
okay. Thank you.
So on that note, any repairs and stuff, then that's a different line item.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, we've come to the time where I don't think we can take somebody else on, but we do have a speaker request. I'd like to get him up here before we break for lunch.
And Annette is here, Audra's here, so you definitely have some other departments.
Okay.
Do them later.
Jay Schmidt.
Good morning, Commissioners. I usually like to come up here with a statement, but a couple of you made that well known you do not like that, so if you can bear with me. In 2023, you guys increased the property tax levy by 4.5%. I hadn't been able to find out what it was last year, and then this year you're in a $6 million deficit. Every time we turn around, guys, the budget's going more and more. And Commissioner LaCroix, like you said, everyone's costs are going up. My costs, your costs, everyone's costs. The difference is that I can't change my stuff. My income is what my income is. I have to live within my means. And that's where it seems like the county, you guys aren't the only ones responsible, but you guys haven't been living within your means for years. And I reached out to Sheriff Mueller this morning too. You know, I think the voters spoke pretty loudly and clearly in June, where we said to you guys, we're getting taxed out of our properties. Property taxes are just through the roof. And the only way we're going to get property tax relief is by you guys lowering the budget. Increasing the budget's never going to work. And like I said, it's not just you guys. The city's going to have to lower theirs. The school board's got to lower theirs. We understand that. But it's got to start somewhere. And so when I reached out to Sheriff Mueller, I told him, I said, from what I can see and on my research is that he's at his limit on the bond issue with the jail already. He's going to have to opt out to push that through. And I think the chances of that expansion happening are slim and none. The taxpayers just, we don't have it anymore. We do not have the extra money to keep paying. The department heads here, they're doing their job. You know, they're fighting for every dollar they can get, and we get that. I don't think personally that the problem is your bedrock employees with the wage increases. I don't have an issue with that, and some of the figures I've seen were appalling on some of these wages. But as I said to you guys a couple months ago, the excess wages on these department heads that we did first, you know, as somebody that was a business owner for 30 years, I took care of my employees before I took care of myself. And that's what I think you guys should have looked at doing. You know, one thing that I've reached out to a couple of the new commissioners on that are going to take hold here in January is, some of you aren't going to like this, but we're asking that 900 concourse be sold. That everything be stopped, everything stays where it is, that gets sold, that gets put back on the property tax rolls. We just can't afford it. You know, everything we've done for the last couple of years has been a 3-2 vote, 3-2 vote, 3-2 vote. There's never no compromise up here with you guys. It's always just 3. And I don't want to see in January us revert to the opposite where it goes 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. We all got to get on the same page. And the only way we're going to do that is by tightening our belts, making the cuts that we need to make, and, you know, saying, hey, we got our stuff in order. Now the city has to do the same thing. School board has to do the same thing. You know, I wanted to say a lot more, but I'm just going to leave you with this. It's a quote my granddad always told me. And he said, if we're lucky enough, all of us, to live on this planet for 90 years, let's not spend 75 years paying for a lifestyle that we can't afford. So I appreciate the time and thank you.
Thank you, Jay, and I appreciate.
Thank you, Jay.
With that, does the board want to take up one more or go to early lunch?
Well, we get out earlier if we do it now, right?
Yeah.
How many, we don't have that many left anyway, after lunch.
We still got public comment and board and direction. We got IT, planning, the highway, register of deeds, treasurer. We don't have that much afterwards.
No. Lunch. Let's see. I gotta go let my dog out.
All right,
Motion to recess.
there's a motion to recess.
Second.
Second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion carries. We'll resume at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Welcome, everybody, to this afternoon's 2025 budget hearings. We'll resume our hearings. First on our agenda is Treasurer's Office, Annette Brandt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. The Treasurer's Office budget is almost 88% built on personnel. So a lot of my discussion is on my team. You have before you the required memo that was needed to be submitted to you ahead of time. I have some additional information to add to that. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the study of the wage scale being looked into. You have a lot of department heads that have given a lot of their time to complete the task given to them by this board. From what from what has been learned from going through multiple outside companies evaluating Pennington County and the insight and knowledge that Carol Bancroft has brought to the table for us has given us a good solid start and insight to stay competitive in the workforce. I think a lot of us department heads learned a lot about the other departments through the whole process as well, which was very advantageous. Your department heads are understanding of your position for the budget and all are ready to do what needs to be done to continue to retain and recruit for Pennington County. As far as I know, we were united in these discussions as a county team for the taxpayers. You having to make the final decision, and for our employees. Personal to our budget, the treasurer's budget, the comparables that came in from the wage study showed that many staff were being paid entry-level wages for positions that they had been working on for 3 or more years. Our workload is constant and very visual to the public. Our quality staff are noticed by hundreds of people that they assist on a weekly basis, as well as other departments within the county with the ability to hire at higher wages. The 12.87% increase that you see in personnel in the treasurer's office budget being placed on the new proposed scale is reflective of our newfound increased retention rate due to the changes that the board has imposed over the last 24 months. I thank you for that. This, and with the additional training specific position that I placed amongst staff in late 2023, employees are seeing advancements sooner and are staying longer. These earned advancements are also reflective in the increase that you see in this line item. Anticipated overtime to continue the turnaround service demanded of our customers due to a few key happenings in 2025 is also a factor. Our complaints remain to be highly about the wait time in the treasurer's office, so I'll address that as well. We have 26 and three-quarter employees, so we have a half-time and a seasonal employee. Those are our three quarters. Of those, our team is built on 16 people that are 1 to 3 at the 1 to 3 year mark. Those are young employees. A lot more training is yet to be done in that area. We have 4 that are 4 to 6 year employees and 6 in the 7 to 11. When I was appointed to this position, the treasurer's office was down 6 employees. At that time of the start of this budget preparation, we were down 1 employee that recently moved out of the area in late May. Qualified applicants continue to be scarce for my entry-level position, starting between $15.88 an hour to $20.19 from the current wage scale. Since late May, we've been trying to fill that position. It's been mentioned throughout the budget process about the rise in health benefits. Rising healthcare costs do concern all of us, but also only affect those employees that utilize it. Of the 26 employees eligible in our office for it, there are 8 that do not take it. And that's reflective in my line item as well for a reduction in the healthcare. I will not be asking for additional staff, but must retain the ones that I do have. The delays customers see in our office now are due to the South Dakota SD Cars program that handles all of our motor vehicle transactions and the hours of which the public tend to come. As time goes on, the issue worsens because the state is focusing on their new program, not fixing anything with the current one. In an effort to assist in these wait times, Waitwell is a software that was just purchased by the treasurer's office. It is almost fully implemented. It's a queuing system that I chose to start now before our move to educate both the public and our team before additional changes come with the phone system, our real estate software, and the 605 Drive program that the state's going to be implementing in February of 2025. We're gathering valuable information on transaction counts and estimated wait times out in our lobby. It has already allowed customers to retain a stationary seat while they wait instead of standing in line and shuffling up to the front to be called. They're placed in line based on the service that they're here to see us for, as we can now fully utilize our staff based on the areas that they've been trained on. Lunch hours are staggered in our office to accommodate the influx of public, and the phone team is pulled during these hours to assist with the public visiting in person. Our busy times are the same busy times as the rest of the state's county offices. We just are larger, and our crowds affect their processing time as well because of the program. Friday continues to allow limited staff to work the buckets of mail that come in through the back door to avoid delays to those customers as well. Opening an hour earlier and 1 hour later helps deflect slow speeds that we see when we are on the line at the same time as all the other counties. When we're online, sorry. The state system is due to be replaced February of 2025. Pennington County is instrumental in assisting with the testing and the programming, and will soon be testing it and training staff on the system in the next couple months. I have increased my ask in this 2025 budget for overtime hours, anticipating a backlog of production until all the kinks are worked out. Our team will work what it takes to stay ahead of that with the new system, as well as what the move to concourse may do to our workload. Moving on to operations. I'm not asking for additional anything in my budget for concourse. I feel that we need to work with what we have to begin with and then see what we can enhance or what might need to be needed once we are there and as funding allows. I was fortunate that most of the treasurer's items fall under the building project funding, and we are able to use furnishings that came with the building. Any smaller items necessary will have to be absorbed in my presented budget, or we'll have to hold off until 2026 budgeting. I also plan to scoop up some of the items that the other departments are no longer able to use. So I have a decrease in operations of almost 9%. That amount varies as to why. We have an increase in service and fees expenditures for our software. That's the largest one. It will now be the treasurer's responsibility that used to fall under the IT technical support. The decrease is in, that's the increase. The decrease is in postage fees as we get a handle on the postage increases and are only in a replacement plate year for trailers and commercial plates from the fall over of 2024 renewals. I'm ready to go into revenue if you guys are. I've broken down some of the changes and why I feel those will happen in my experience for projections of 2025 with the submission that's in front of you already. I would just like to add to that our office also collects line items that don't appear under the treasurer's revenue, as you know, but maybe others listening do not. So real estate taxes gets dispersed out general fund, delinquent taxes gets dispersed out in other departments as well, general fund. Real estate in 2023, we sent out 53,644 tax notices to collect on. In 2024, we had 54,189. Wheel tax collected in 2023 was 3.5 million. And so far in 2024 through June, we've collected 1.9 million. And the interest earned in investing is distributed out percentage-wise by the auditor to the departments that generate revenue as well. So those are items that aren't accredited to the treasurer's office, but we're the ones that collect it. So with that, I'll stand by for questioning.
So any questions for Annette? I do see on here for that non-resident title fee that you're estimating 70,000, correct?
Yes.
And you're being conservative on that?
I am being very conservative on that because I do feel that there's multiple avenues for a customer to avoid that. And so I won't go into that. It's non-resident, but if they, have a South Dakota driver's license or they have a South Dakota address, we can't charge it to them.
Okay.
So if we were to base it on 2019 numbers when they first started looking at it, or excuse me, not 2019, I don't know where that came from, I apologize. On 2023 numbers, it would have been 6 digits. It would have been closer to 300,000. But now, the other county offices that collect or that refuse to do out-of-state customers might be enticed to use them as well. That's another poll that could take from Pennington County as well.
Okay.
So I don't.
Being conservative.
I'd rather be conservative rather than count on it.
I was just pointing that out because that was one of the changes that was made this year with legislators, so.
Yes. And it started January 1st, and so I don't even have any numbers to start with you on as far as, what it looks like now. So we'll have half a year of it and be able to budget it a little bit better for 2026, I believe. So we are very conservative on what we place in our budget for revenue as well as our expenditures. If we don't spend it, we turn it back. All the departments do that, and over collected revenue as well. So that's just a bonus. I'd rather be conservative than guess a higher amount and have it spent. So
Okay,
not have it to spend, right?
I know. Is there any further questions for Annette or the treasurer's office?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lester?
are you going to be around this afternoon so we can dive into that little bit that you were talking about the non-resident title fee, some of the concerns you might have on different avenues?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no further questions? Thank you,
Okay,
Annette.
thank you.
Next, we have Register of Deeds. Audra?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Audra Castile, Pennington County Register of Deeds. I made minimal changes to my budget this year. Last year during budgeting, I had 3 open positions. That's why there was a decrease in I didn't know where I was going to be for staffing or what positions I was going to hire for. So that's why you see a decrease in the amount this year. On my operations, I moved some things around into the appropriate accounts that they come out of, whereas in previous years before that, we had them in accounts that maybe they didn't actually come out of. I over budgeted for my rental, so I decreased that as well. And then I forgot when I was doing my utility that it's not only my office cell phone, but it's also Midco that I have to pay, so that is up 22% because of that. So I stuck at a less than 5% increase in my operations. My revenues, I did minimal changes to that because my revenue as of last month is pretty neck and neck with last year. So I don't think I'm going to see a whole lot of change in that this year. So I pretty much did just minor changes to my revenues.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock?
so your employee wages didn't go up much
Not
on
a
the
lot.
wage scale?
I did have to rescore some of my positions after seeing the others, so there will be some changes to that, but I'm just going to absorb it into my operations. So you shouldn't see any difference in my budget.
So did you prepare for a wage study, or you just were looking ahead, so it wasn't a big change at this time because of, that you knew that one was coming, or?
When we did the scoring, I didn't quite score mine right. So they're a little less than they should be. But at the time of budgeting, that's what I had known that they were gonna be. So it will be offset a little bit. Like I said, I'm gonna just absorb it into my budget.
Okay, so it's not enough to affect your budget.
Yep.
Good job, Audra.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for me?
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Audra. Find your tab for the highway department. Okay. Just a second here, Joe.
Take all the time you need.
Oh, there we go. Has everybody got their tab? Looks that way. You have the floor, Joe.
All right, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Superintendent. As always, I just like to highlight some of the big projects that we've got going on the following year. Next year is a few less than we've had in current years. South Rochford Road currently is under construction in its second year, projected to go to a third year, looking like the contractor is hopefully going to get all the grading and graveling done this season prior to winter setting in, and they will come back next year and put the asphalt on. The first completion date was August, and then with the delay in the starting of the project, it got moved to September, and then the progress of the contractor, it's going to get bumped again to next year sometime. So we will, I'll let you know as soon as I know what the new completion date will be. We're working with the contractor on that. Deadwood Avenue, we are currently getting appraisal done on the last piece of right-of-way with that we need. The city and the county have authorized that, and that's currently about halfway done. Hoping to go to bid for that project this fall for construction to start in 2025. That was converted to a safety project here about 2 years ago or 3 years ago? So significantly reduced the amount that the city and the county will have to pay for that project because the federal government will pay for the remainder of it. About 100 and I believe it was 100 and, what was it, 160,000? I forget the number now. Then another safety project that we're looking at is Lamb and Reservoir intersection. If you're familiar with that, it's out south of Rapid Valley. Take Reservoir south of Highway 44, and you'll come to Lamb Road. You'll have to take a right and head west. But there's a hill just to the north of that intersection that really blocks the view, and especially at night, cars don't know that there's a stop sign or a sharp 90-degree corner there, even with signage and blinking lights. So we reached out to the state and said, hey, would this be eligible for a safety project? They looked at it and said, absolutely it would. So that's currently in design right now as we speak. Hoping for a 26, 27 construction on that. That's all the large projects that we have, road projects that we have. Next, I'll touch on bridge funding if there's no questions on our large projects.
Any questions for Joe on those? No?
Okay. Bridge funding. Since the passage of the wheel tax, the county has received bridge improvement grants in the total of $4.1 million. So that's money that we would have never got had the wheel tax not been passed. For 2024, we applied for 6 bridges. We were awarded 3 of those. Lower Spring Creek in the amount of $555,900. Norris Peak Road in the amount of $344,600. Old Hill City Road in the amount of $222,400. So that brings the total to $4.1 million. There's federal grant funding in there of $2.5 million. Total grant funding that we've received since the passage of the wheel tax is $6.6 million. That's with the state local bridge improvement grants and the federal bridge improvement grants is what we call them. In 2025, we budgeted for a total of $1.5 million in bridge work. This is largely due to the fact that we have a bridge that is on Highway 1416 just to the east of Box Elder that has been load rated simply due to the change in the regulations on how our bridge engineer has to look and load rate bridges. The bridge was built in 1924, and as you can imagine, in 1924, the heaviest truck out there was probably maybe 40,000 pounds, and now we're hauling upwards of 180,000 pounds gross. And just the way it was designed, it's not designed to carry those illegal loads. And the engineer that's doing our bridge inspection can no longer use engineer's judgment due to the federal regulations that changed on bridge inspections. If there's a plan set available, they have to load rate it with those plans. It's in good condition, so it's not eligible for big funding. So we have to use local dollars to construct that, and we've chosen to put a precast box in there. I'm going to come to you guys here in August to ask for authorization to bid that project for 2025 construction. And then the other one is on Old Hill City Road, which we've received a big grant for, makes up the rest of that $1.5 million. Is there any questions on bridge projects?
No.
With that, I'll move on to capital outlay. Our equipment purchase plan that was approved by the board in 2022 for this year includes 2 new motor graders, 1 truck, and 2 pickups. Totals about $1.1 million. And we've also budgeted another $550,000 for the start of the replacement of our Hill City shop. We were working with the Forest Service to try and find a home for that. They have directed us to work with the federal legislature to get some of that property from the National Forest deeded to Pennington County to put that maintenance shop on. Is there any questions on that?
How much did you say that, sorry, Chair? How much did you say that costs, the Forest Service?
So I don't know. I don't think there will be a
Forest Service,
cost for the federal legislature deeding that over to us. We've just began saving for the construction of the building.
And how much is the building going to cost?
Last year we put away $600,000. This year, we're putting away 550,000, or excuse me, this year in 2024, we've put away 600,000 towards that. In 2025, we'll put away another 550,000 towards that. Estimated cost for that building is anywhere from $1.5 to $2 million. It's kind of what we currently estimate it at, depending on what piece of property we get, how much grading work there is, stuff like that. So.
Okay.
Our current shop was built in, I believe, the 1960s. It's actually a state of South Dakota highway, or the DOT shop that we inherited, and we actually leased from them. So it needs a new fuel system, which is about $300,000 to $400,000 to replace. We're limping that fuel system by as long as we can without having to replace it. So it's old. So any other questions on that?
No.
Road and bridge maintenance, we're continuing to crack seal, chip seal, and do our pavement markings. This year, we had to do our pavement marking a little bit differently this year as the state, the Association of Highway Superintendents chose to discontinue the way the program was running, as everybody's project costs were running well out of their budgets. So the state government runs it now where it's a pro rata on your number of asphalt miles that are above 25 miles an hour speed limit. And they divvy out the $500,000 to the counties. I believe this year we got a check for about $25,000 to put towards that, which we went out to bid. Initially, I think our cost was $509,000 for pavement marking, and then we went and rebid that, cut some quantities from it, and our new bid, or our bid, came in at about $120,000. So that pavement marking will cost us about $95,000 this year. And we're getting all of our roads, 350 miles of road asphalt on a cycle instead of doing everything every year. Prior to 2020, we could afford to do that. Now in today's dollars, we just simply can't afford to do that at $500,000. And a lot of the pavement marking is good on those roads. So we went out and inspected it prior to rebidding it. And that's how we reduced that quantity. So we'll see how they hold up, and we'll plan to do about the same mileage next year. So
Your plan is to probably do every other year instead of every.
probably split it up into 3 years,
3
I think,
years.
is about where we want to be, or every other year. There's some roads that like Nemo Road, Sheridan Lake Road, some of those 14, 16, some of those ADTs that are 7, 8, 9, 10,000 cars a day, we have to do every year. So they see a lot of wear and tear on their pavement marking, and if we don't do those every year, they'll be non-existent the next year. So, but some of the lower ADT roads out in, like, say, the valley and roads in Hill City, stuff like that, that see a lower ADT and don't see the wear and tear on the pavement marking, we'll be able to get probably, hopefully, 3 years out of that pavement marking. Are there any questions on the road and bridge maintenance? Overall, in summary, our budget increased about 1.1%. Went from 15.3 million to 15.4 million, and that's just an estimated guess, or in revenues. We receive no funds from the general fund, so what we get is what we get. It's just all simply an estimated motor vehicle, wheel tax, unorganized road tax. Those are some of the revenues that we receive. So some other things on summary: our bridge program, since we've implemented the wheel tax. Very good news on that. Last year we had 21 bridges that were in poor condition. This year we have 9 from 2023 construction to 2024 construction. At the end of 2024, we'll have 9 bridges that are in poor condition. 20 of our bridges will require posting. 9 of those bridges, 9 of our 127 bridges are both posted and in poor condition. 12 of our bridges are 45 to 50 years old. 76 of those are 50 plus years old. And then our ratings, we have 42 in good condition, 73 in fair condition, and 9 in poor condition. Bid prices have seemed to level off. We didn't see quite the increase this year that we have the last couple of years in both the asphalt and chip seal and other goods. truck prices, we haven't bid another truck this year yet for purchase for next year. We finally got our truck that we bid in, we piggybacked off of our bid from August of 2023. We just finally received that truck in July of this year. That cost was $152,000. The cost for next year, I'm guessing, is going to go to probably about that $160,000 mark. Motor graders, for 2024, we paid $425,000. Next year, we're estimating that cost, after I talked to RDO, at about $450,000. But with that, our plan has come to fruition. All 10 of our motor graders after January will be all under warranty. So we'll have our motor graders will range from 2019 to 2025. So they'll all be under warranty, and Pennington County's risk or liability for major catastrophic failures will be a lot less with that. Continued to figure out chip seal costs are going to go up, aggregate costs are going to go up, but again, not near the increase that we've seen in the last couple of years. With that, I will stand for any questions on the projects portion of it, and then I have some wage stuff that I will touch on. So,
Any questions on roads, bridges, or anything else before he moves on?
Here, I'll ask him the question on the 300,000 he's putting towards wages, but he's going to talk about that with his wage stuff, so I'll just wait.
Okay.
So with the wage study, I'll just touch on some of our stuff. We are asking for one new FTE in our new Underwood shop. Currently, our Wall shop has 5 FTEs. Our Hill City shop currently has 4 employees, but 5 FTEs. We're waiting for the completion of South Rochford Road to add that, to hire that 5th FTE up there. What this will allow those outer divisions to do is do some of these projects and have proper safety or proper traffic control and be able to protect their workers. A lot of times you have to have at least 2 flaggers, and then you can have at least 3 people doing the work. Right now, they have 2 flaggers, they have 2 people doing the work, and it's just simply not enough. Like if you're doing a culvert project, you got a skid steer and excavator, and then a lot of times you need a ground guy or somebody to unhook or hook culverts up and stuff like that. So it'll allow our outer divisions to a lot safer work, and not have to pull from the Rapid City division. We won't have to send people from Rapid City out to those outer divisions to help with culvert installs, road or culvert separations, stuff like that. That's our FTE request. Looking back since I started in 2018, we've added 5 FTEs. Prior to that, it was at least 10 years that the highway department operated with 50 FTEs. And when I got here, I did an assessment and looked, I mean, we just simply didn't have enough people to cover if somebody was out sick, somebody was gone. You know, we're always robbing Peter to pay Paul. Not wanting to deny vacation requests or sick leave requests and have our operations function properly, especially during snow removal in the wintertime. There's lots of people that have vacations in, December, November, stuff like that, or they're sick a lot during the winter time, and we simply just didn't have enough people to cover those routes without those additional FTEs. Our overall percentage increase, the 300,000 that Ms. Hadcock alluded to, is a 6.5% increase. We went from 4.55 million to $4.8 million. A lot of that is due to our apprentice highway worker getting up to where they're competitive in the market. When I started in 2018, the maintenance worker, and that's all there was. There was a maintenance worker, there wasn't an apprentice and a journeyman. So that if you were a maintenance worker, you either went to a foreman or you stayed a maintenance worker. There was no upward movement for our employees. So we created that journeyman position to create some upward movement, as well as our lead position, our full-time lead position. In 2018, that starting wage was $18.48 an hour. Moving forward to 2021, when Gallagher was implemented, that starting wage was moved to $16.44 an hour. We advertised for a while at that rate, and as you can imagine, we didn't get any applicants. We require a CDL. At the time, we required a CDL. Now we have the ability to train and get people their CDLs or their CDL commercial driver's license. So $16.44 an hour just wasn't cutting it. We would have to hire up to, just like Davis was doing with the custodians, up to step 12. Moved to the implementation of the highway scale in 2022 that you guys allowed us to do. We moved that, the current start, I don't recall what the starting wage was originally. There's been a COLA since then, but right now the starting wage is $21.59 an hour. We have those two FTEs that are open positions, one's in Wall and the other is in Hill City that we haven't advertised for. When we do advertise for a position, we just filled one here, I think about a month ago in the Rapid City Division. We're getting 3 and 4 applicants. And when I started, we'd get 15, 20, 25 applicants. And that's simply because the market's out there for those CDL and equipment operators. Our journeyman highway worker is there was none for Gallagher. On Gallagher, it was 25. Wow, I missed something here. Hang on. Missing a number. But our current on a highway scale is 2583. Moving forward to the proposed 2025 scale, our apprentice worker goes to 2698 or a 25% increase. And that gets them right in line with Lawrence County. It's a little bit higher than the state. A lot of the construction outfits, I drive by it every single day on Elkvale. Roth Trucking is advertising for $30 an hour. Simply, a CDL driver is worth their weight in gold. So I believe that the apprentice highway worker is right where it needs to be with the 2025 proposed scale. And what we did is instead of giving a large raise when they get the experience with our journeyman, we moved that starting wage up, and we're still giving a raise to get to that journeyman. And instead of $4 an hour or $5 an hour, is $2 an hour. So you see where I'm going with that is the money's still there. It's just starting wage is higher.
That's because you're offering the training as they get the CDL and then it moves up?
Correct.
Okay.
And then another one that I wanted to highlight was our mechanics. I believe these guys were grossly underpaid when I started. Condrey had them at $22.47, and Gallagher only rated them at $22.80 an hour. When we put the highway scale into place, we put them at $28.04, and the proposed scale is at $29.71. We just advertised for probably, I think, 3 or 4 months to try and get a mechanic. And we had to settle for one without a CDL, so we're getting him his CDL. He's got quite a bit of automotive experience, but not a lot of heavy equipment experience. So, and with our mechanics, you have to be an all-around mechanic because we have equipment from our old Oshkoshes to new pickups and new equipment. So they have to know and be problem solvers. And there's just not a lot of those people out there that are willing to do that and be the problem solvers and want to work on everything. A lot of things in the mechanic field now are tech positions. They do transmissions, or they do engine overhauls, or they just do oil changes. There's not a lot of all-around mechanics. Back to the comparable entities. Again, as I said, Roth is advertising for $30 an hour. Western's $25 to $30 an hour. Lawrence County, no experience whatsoever without a CDL is $28.07. With a CDL, they're hiring their people at $29.51. City of Rapid City with no CDL is $20.84 an hour. Meade County with a CDL is $22.19. And then the DOT is currently advertising for with a hiring bonus of $2,000 and starting wage from anywhere from $21.88 to $23.37. So again, the starting wage may feel a little high, but I think to get qualified applicants and to retain the people that we have, I think it's right where it needs to be. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Ms. Adcock.
I guess I didn't know if you needed to compete with the private market.
That's where we lose people too.
Unfortunately, we are not supposed to be competing against other businesses. We're government, right? To a certain extent, you got to keep up. But you just said the other ones were 22, 23, and you're at 29 because you're saying Western Construction, and do they have the same benefits? And
You missed
Taylor
Lawrence, if
Construction.
I may. Lawrence County was at the 2951. We're only at 26.
Yes, one county.
Yeah.
And depending on how many mechanics and how many people they have working for them, it might be a difference too. So yeah, you gotta, when you do that, you gotta take all the factors. If I have 5 people cleaning my properties, it's a lot different than I have 2. I mean, I'm gonna pay someone more, right? So depending on all the factors that go into that, Joe. I'll just be up straight. You have 300,000 that you're using from road and bridge, that maybe out of that 1.6. How are you taking out of money for a wage study out of a road and bridge fund? How are you accomplishing that with it being
We're all,
not?
we're all wrapped, so all of our employees, myself, everybody that works at the highway department all comes out of the 201 fund, the road and bridge fund. So that 300,000 is all coming out of that 201. I mean, it's our wages, right? That's all of our wages come out of the 201 fund.
And you have that much extra that you don't want to do a road or bridge out of that fund, you'd rather give it to wages.
If I have a choice between people and doing more projects, absolutely people, because without those people, we don't get our roads plowed, we don't get our roads repaired, we don't, our roads fall apart without those people.
Right, but isn't that other areas that you're supposed to get the money from, or is it just,
No,
all
it's
of it
all,
just comes from that fund?
it all comes from road and bridge. And that's the way it's been since I've started. I've not received, since 2015, since the passage of Senate Bill 1, when the commission voted to enact a $5 wheel tax in that September, I believe, or October, I don't remember the exact month. And then it was referred to the vote of the people and then voted down. The county commission that year in 2015 took $2.5 million from the highway department budget to balance the budget that year. And then since 2015, the highway department operated all the way up until, I believe it was 2021, I think is when our first wheel tax went into place. So that 6-year span, we operated $2.5 million short than we were the previous years.
Right, and I was there when they took the 2 million, and in that time didn't agree, again, because I said until you get the money, you don't take from the wheel tax, you don't take money out of anybody's budget, so I'll say, I disagreed at that time. Especially
Absolutely.
because it's infrastructure, it was stupid. But, on the wage scale, I'll just be up straight. You're at 2.2, 1.36, and then you gave me a paper with 1.28 on it. That puts you at about 4 million something at this point. You missed a bunch of the exceptions that were used on the wage scale that were in executive session, so that total is actually even higher.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead. You can talk before I
Are you-
do,
are you-
Joe. You don't have to ask.
I don't think that this is the place for that discussion.
Okay, well, you
I know
told me
I was
to-
a large part of the wage scale and the wage studies chain with Sheriff Mueller, but I think that conversation is better suited for a later time.
Okay, so you talked to me earlier about it, so you mean that we can talk about this later, and then if that affects your budget because of what you've just done with 300,000, that I should talk about it later? I'm good with that, Joe. Thank you.
I will say, Joe, you hit on something when you talked about mechanics and specialized. A lot of times, what's happening in our community now, they're sending people out just to be tire rotators, oil changers. I mean, companies are sending them out to bring them back. That's what they do. They don't have the full technical training that was required 5 years ago. So you're absolutely right when you're seeing some of that in the private sector that they're not actually qualified mechanics or certified. They're in one section or another. So, and the CDL is a really become a big deal when they change some of the requirements on that. It's a lot tougher to get one now. I praise you for coming up with a program that you're able to train people in order to get them because you had to. Because of those requirements, it kind of created even more shortage for CDL drivers. And I think a lot of people don't realize the kind of shortages that we have on those and how important it is to have the CDL.
Yeah, I mean, so the mechanic we just hired that we're training him to get his CDL. It takes almost a full 3 months in order to get the hours in the seat, the backing maneuvers in the yard,
Yeah.
as well as the classroom. It's 80 hours of classroom right out of the gate. So, when we talk about turnover costs, and the implementation of this wage study, it's huge. Because if I lose one of our qualified individuals that have a CDL, and they go to somebody else with that CDL, we just lost that. We trained them, got them their CDL, and they went somewhere else to make more money. And that's why I bring up the private industries, because we've had that happen.
Yeah.
It's just the fact of the matter. They come to us, they get their CDL, they work for 6 months to a year, and then they leave us for other employment with more pay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lassiter.
but you couldn't institute any other options to keep them here longer? In other words, whenever I train someone to work at my center, we have them sign a 3-year contract, and because we send them off and pay for the training, it's expensive, and if they leave after a year, they have to repay us for 2 years. If they leave after 2 years, they have to repay us for 1 year. That wasn't a better option, because then that'll actually maintain them. They'll stay here, they'll actually be able to see the culture of the county, and then you still get an employee that you're utilizing at a good wage and good rates, and they make a determination at that point, rather than us competing with private entities, because government should never be competing with
Absolutely, I agree. If I may, I went down that road when we initially implemented this program. And our previous HR director and legal at the time said that was not a good option because, and I may misquote this, so Jay or somebody from the state's attorney's office, or maybe Carol can help me out, but once you have that person sign that contract, you remove your right to work state. So if that person becomes a problem child or something, they say they're a good employee for that 90 days past their probation, and then they just turn into a bad employee, but they've signed that contract that they're going to work for you for 3 years, they could come back and sue the county for wrongful termination, was the story I got 2 years ago when we implemented that program.
Well, there's obviously ways around that, because my contract would hold if I had to fire an employee, they would have to pay it back as well. It was written in the contract. So, I mean, there's always ways around those concerns. Mr. Chair, if I may, I do think I understand a little bit differently. I understand all your salaries and wages basically come out of the road and bridge fund, but I don't think the way you presented it early on was the appropriate way to put it. When you said it's an offset through the road and bridge fund, it wasn't an offset. It's just purely out of the road and bridge fund.
Maybe the terminology was correct, or incorrect, I'll agree with you there. What we were trying to depict is there's $2.5 million worth of growth or new tax dollars, right? So the $300,000 from the road and bridge fund doesn't come from the general fund, is what we were trying to show. It's not a revenue offset. It's just simply does not come out of the ask for the wage study, right?
Okay, so then I'm just going to ask a dumb question here. Let me find one as an example. We'll just go to E911. That doesn't come out of the general fund either. That comes out of the dispatch ESC 295 fund, right? That would be the same equivalent, but that's the same budget that they're giving to us.
I will refer to Cindy on that. I don't know the answer to
Well, I'm looking at the same equivalent of what you've got here, the road and bridge fund, showing your salaries, and I just flip to any of the other departments, and I look at whatever fund it is that they're paying their salaries out of. That could be said for every department, that they're not necessarily coming out
We're
of the
not general fund funded, is what we were trying to show.
Right.
Taxpayer.
I
It's
think-
taxpayer funded, absolutely.
I'm just saying for clarity for the public, it needs to be presented in a different way. Because at first I thought you were reducing your road and bridge budget $300,000 so that you could accommodate that wage increase. I'm just telling you how it looks on paper.
Yep. And us reducing our budget would do nothing to help the general fund to be able to fund the wage study, because it wouldn't give anything back to the general fund dollars.
Gotcha. Mr. Chair, one more question if you don't mind. Now, I did look at the other current expenditures. I did notice you were able to reduce a lot in the other current expenditures for 20 by like $1.4 million, but there was two that stood out. How come you were able to reduce, and this is just $953,000 from your repairs and maintenance and $372,000 from your supply and material, because you've been pretty, you've got some pretty good funds in the past years. And so I'm just kind of want to understand what was those, because that's a big chunk of money savings.
Which one was that? I'm sorry, I
That
didn't
would
follow
be
you there.
420 under the 425, and then 420 under the 426.
Let me see.
It's your repairs and maintenance,
Yeah, your
Joe,
repairs
and
and
your
maintenance,
supplies
supplies,
and
and material.
materials, you're reducing 953 and 372.
So that's
Looking at.
typically where, sorry. So that, the first one is where our bridge rehabs comes out of?
The repairs and maintenance?
Yes, the repairs and maintenance.
Okay.
So with the having to do Highway 1416, that's a major reconstruct, that's all out of it's down further in your line items there. I don't remember what exactly line item that comes out of. It's down towards the bottom there.
Was that local government highway bridge 2? No.
So you're looking at our road and bridge supplies, right? That was my numbers are cut off here. Let's see if I can find. Where are you getting the 420 number? I guess 435.
Well, in my categories here, it says 420 other current expenditures. And if you go down, it's 421, 422, 423, and 425 is repairs and maintenance. Your proposed is 3.6. You can come up here and take a look so you can see where I'm getting it.
Look at what you're looking at. Sorry.
I mean, this is what we're presented, so.
Yep.
Repairs and maintenance, I mean, that's $950,000 drop, and then 372 for the supplies. I mean, that's significant savings. I'm just trying to figure out, what are you doing to save $1 million? I mean, that's a big reduction.
Repairs and maintenance.
Or is it shifting down here to the infrastructure? Because
That's what it, yeah.
so you're moving it out of one fund and moving it into another? Is that really what's going on?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're moving it out of repairs and maintenance because we have that $1 million bridge on Highway 1416 that we're going to have to repair using local funds only.
Because we didn't qualify?
Correct. Because it's still, the bridge, even though it was built in 1924, it's still in fair condition. So in order to qualify for the big grant, it needs to be in poor condition. And talking to our engineer, it could be, it could be 5-10 years before that thing falls into poor condition because it's just a large chunk of concrete sitting there that was poured in 1924. And with, Box Elder and the rubble site to the north, we felt it prudent to be able to do that with local dollars instead of waiting till that falls into poor condition to get the traffic out of Box Elder and back, going to that rubble site on 151.
Okay, that's all I've got.
Any further questions for Mr. Miller? Hearing none. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Brings us to planning. It's Brittany.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. So the planning budget, I'll just kind of go over some of the services that the Planning Department does. That we do permitting, land development and construction services, building inspection, long-range planning, and ordinance enforcement. The Planning Department staff also serves the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, and the Board of Commissioners. The Planning Department budget, 90% of the budget is personnel and wages. The other 10% of our budget is operations. We have 10 and a half employees and 6 planning commissioners. In our wage budget, there are 2 leadership positions, 2 senior planners, 3 planners. 1 is a 3/4 time unbenefited position, an ordinance enforcement officer, building inspector, and 1 admin assistant. We do have a planning intern position that is budgeted for about 500 hours a year, and then again, our 6 planning commissioners. So the majority of our budget increase is wages. It's about 6.13% of the budget increase. Our overall budget increase is about a little less than 6%, 5.79%. Our revenues have been steadily increasing over the years. We are increasing our revenue budget by about 50,000 again this year, to take into consideration the revenues from this year. So with that, I guess I'll respond to any questions.
Chair.
Yes, Hagar.
Brittany, since I've been here, you've been a leader in your group. Your budgets have always been spot on. And you're very frugal with your budget and the taxpayer dollars, and I appreciate everything that you've done with that and with your group, and still paying your people wages that are competitive as well as they can make a good living off. And you have a wonderful team, by the way, that work together well, and always appreciated what they've done. So you're a great leader, and you have been a really good asset to our team here at Pennington County. So I appreciate you, Brittany.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions for planning or for Brittany?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ruskin.
So Brittany, what do you see, in the last 3 years and going forward for trend relative to building permits and development? Because I was on the planning commission for June, and our meetings were 15, 20 minutes long, so there wasn't a lot of information to look at. So I just wondered, are we seeing a downward trend right now?
So what the planning commission sees are just the development requests. So the building permits are pretty steady to what they have been. I think some of the biggest things that the planning commission is seeing is now that the vacation home rentals have converted to a license. A lot of the CUPs, the new CUPs that were on the planning commission agenda, were conditional use permits for vacation home rentals, and because with the new ordinance going into effect and then moving into licenses, that you're not seeing those on the planning commission agenda anymore. In addition, we kept some of those agendas a little light because of some of the other things that were going on. We did have quite a few reviews of permits that we had to look at. Those take an equal amount of time, even though they may be on a consent budget. Planning staff, it still takes a considerable amount of time to do those reviews, even though they are on the consent agenda. So it still takes time. Like I said, our building permits are steady. I mean, they kind of go up and down. We've seen changes because of construction costs. We've seen changes because of interest rates. And then obviously the platting and the 3-mile platting jurisdiction. So as more lots become available, obviously we'll see more
So
building permits.
what district of the 5 do you see the most activity relative to building permits?
It'll be District 4. It's Commissioner Lassiter's district is most of the building permits is in the Rapid Valley area.
Thank you.
Chair.
Hagar.
And Ron's right. What happened was a lot of the stuff started doing in-house and doing the processes so we could speed up so people didn't have to wait as long. And that's something that in the last couple of years, that's why the planning departments or the planning commission has been cut down on what they have to do, just because a lot of it's been in-house. It's also cut down for us because you find those solutions before they get here, up to us or to the planning commission. And I've loved that because I've had a lot of compliments on how you guys do your work that way and what we've done in the county for that. So I agree with Ron. The planning commission has been cut down, but it's only because you guys have been innovative enough to how to find solutions and not have to bring them up to 2 or 3 different times to us to try to get that process done. So thank you.
Any further questions for Brittany? Seeing none, thanks, Brittany. All right, give us the time to find the tab here.
I saw it once.
Probably way at the back.
It's a light green one.
ITS.
Yeah, see the light green one in the middle?
Actually, it's orange, isn't it?
Okay, you have the floor, Lori.
Thank you, Lori Wager, IT Director for Pennington County.
My budget's pretty simple, with the exception of the one huge increase on supplies, which is the telephones, 600,000. Don't know quite what to do with that. Other than that, I have just the normal increases on licensing fees, which is on the professional services and fees. Our wage increase, a portion of that is reclassing employees that have been here for 4 to 8 years. They've been working on moving up into higher positions, and they have finally attained those abilities to do that or are close to it. So other than that, I'll stand for any questions.
Chair,
Ms. Hadcock.
will you remind me what the 6 was for?
The 600?
Yes.
For telephones.
And setting them up in the system, is that correct?
Oh, the whole system.
Like kit and caboodle.
Yep.
Thank
We
you.
weren't planning on doing it for 3 years, but we're forced to do something because of moving to 900 concourse. And I was advised to put it into my budget.
Thank you. And there's no way you could have done it in portions because they're not going to have concourse done until 26?
We're actually wanting to set it up and get it going before we get to 900 concourse. It's kind of like the same concept that Annette did with her Waitwell line, the computerized digital waiting system.
Right.
We like to get people used to that prior to moving out there, so maybe it isn't such a shock with everything else that they have. So we're anticipating implementing the phone system after the first of the year if this is approved in my budget. For us to move out there right now with the phone system we have, we can't. We have to upgrade it. So it's either upgrade now and spend 600,000 with the type of phone system we have now, or upgrade with Golden West, which is a local service, and we feel it's much better, and it's 600,000. So.
And I think you talked about this before, but I forgot. Imagine
I
that
might
with
have
all the
brought
line
it up.
items.
We've talked about it in building committee meetings.
Okay, I think I saw it somewhere, that's why I said. I didn't know, I couldn't remember if it was a program, but it's telephones.
It's hardware, it's software, it's licensing, it's a lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No. The only thing I think that phone system's been a hot topic for quite a while.
Yes.
So it's not like it's been nothing new or just came up. You guys have worked pretty tough up there in the treasurer's office to get that going.
Right.
So.
And we took the treasurer and the auditor out to Golden West, and they did a demonstration of the phone system. They both are on board with it. As far as that goes, it'll make it more in their court as being able to pull reports, help. They can contact Golden West for help if they have an issue instead of always relying on us.
So the reports, just for a question, because I think that's kind of important when you need to know how many phone calls are coming in and when, and
Yep, and they used to be able to pull them with the old phone system that we have that was through Golden West, but since we've switched to the one we have now, it's more complex and we don't have the local support to assist.
Okay. Is there any more questions for Lori?
Good job on your budget.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Only increases 6, basically it's.
Okay, that brings us up to additional requests. Let me see.
Outside, organization is dark blue.
Hold on, I'm having problems. Okay, the dark purple, okay.
Ron, purple.
Well, maybe I'm colorblind.
It's okay, purple's fine.
Where are they going to?
Look, like dark blue, which one is he calling dark
This?
blue?
Are you?
Purple.
Is this the outside organizations?
Yes.
Tab.
Oh, that's probably why you said dark blue.
Okay. Sorry.
Must be colorblind, no.
Okay, first one On our agenda is Dakota Plains Legal Services. Tom and Paul.
This is Brad Borg. He's one of my assistant
No,
attorneys.
Brad, not Paul.
I'm Paul.
Paul's here. I'm here as well.
Yeah, just thought I'd bring him along. We sent in a request with a slight increase. We didn't ask for one last year. As you can see, we're averaging about 425 clients per year. And I stress the word clients because most of them come with multiple files. And I brought an example of what that means. I was assigned this case recently, and he has 11 open files as it came to me. I count that as one at our office, so it's just easier for us to keep track of that. So when I say that we average about 425 clients per year, that could be 2,000 files easily. Currently, we have open in the office there's 2.5 attorneys. Brad's full-time, I'm full-time. I have a half-time that does half-time civil, and I have 2 paralegals. We have 365 open cases as of yesterday. And that includes 46 juvenile, 102 abuse and neglect cases, and 217 criminal cases, of which the vast majority are felony matters.
And those are clients, not just files.
Yeah. So this will be, if you like to continue us, this will be my 23rd year doing this for Dakota Plains and the county here. I'm 72 on Monday. Feel good though. Yeah. When Judge Feifley was in, him and I discussed numerous times that he would like us to add an attorney. That way I could take probably 200 more files, 200 more clients off the private bar, which would save the county a lot of money. That would require an output at my office calculated approximately $103,000 to cover a new attorney, support, benefits, and whatnot. If the county is interested in that, we would submit very quickly a new request with that amount in it. So that would be for 3.5 attorneys, so we could increase what we do.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So would the new judge that replaced Craig, would he buy into this idea?
Oh, yeah. Judge Kaczynski? Oh, yeah.
Could we get a letter from him to that effect?
If you'd like one, I would request it. Yeah.
If he said, if you had one more attorney and he said that would save in the long run, that, it might cost $111,000, but it would save the county $300,000, then it would give me some maybe let's give it a try.
Yeah, and one thing about us that I always stress every year as Dakota Plains and the Public Advocacy Project, I have an incentive to move cases along and resolve them favorably to the client and to the taxpayers. Private bar doesn't really have that. They get appointed and they can go to jury trials and whatnot because they're just billing, for their time.
So you can expedite ones that could get caught in the court system.
I'm going on 30 years as an attorney, and he's 27. So we can move the stuff along, and we know what needs to be tried and what doesn't. And
it also makes us a little more efficient, I think, because of our experience. We can resolve cases a little more quickly. One thing we should also point out, I don't know what Judge Kaczynski will say specifically, but as far as him saying, us getting another attorney will save X number of dollars, I don't know if he'll have an amount like that. But one of the things that has to be taken into consideration, I would think, in addition to what the fees that a private attorney would be charging would also include the time that's involved with everybody else, the state's attorney's office, the jail staff, everyone else. When we get our cases done faster, they don't have as much time and expense involved with these cases too. But that's a really hard number to calculate, so just something to keep in mind.
I'll speak to him and see what we can get.
So Paul, could you explain a little bit how you get your cases?
Okay.
I mean, how they get turned over to you and why?
Initially, the public defender's office is appointed. And they get the case in and they look at it and they say, well, we can't take this case because we represent, the victim in another matter. So then the court appoints us. So we are the second line. We do all their conflicts.
Okay.
And then again, if I'm already appointed to this individual here and he gets a new charge, the magistrate would just straight appoint us on that. Now, sometimes, when there's multiple defendants, I may have a conflict. I try not to get off many cases because, I'm here to help you out because I'm also a taxpayer. I'm a homeowner here, so, that helps me out too. But I'm trying to be efficient. But mainly, we are the first line coming out of the public defender's office. And one thing I've never done is I've never refused cases from the court based on too much work going on in my office. We take the case and get it done. So sometimes the public defender's office will stop taking cases for a while, and then they just come directly to us, and I just handle them.
And I think there is one other possibility in the future, as we've seen over the last several years, when Paul's talking about a client having multiple files. It used to be they might have 2 or 3 or 4, and there's been an increase across the board, I think, for everybody, where you're looking at them more likely getting 6 or 8 or 10 files, which creates more work, and we've been able to cover all that with what we have. If you were looking at adding another attorney, that's going to make it a lot easier for us to handle the extra cases, like when the public defender's office shuts down their intake and we get them. And so I think that would also make sure we can continue to make sure we're not refusing cases.
So Chair,
Zaka?
how many cases then do you guys do a year between 2.5 attorneys?
Well,
I probably, personally, I probably do 250 felonies, and he probably does the same.
Well, and mine are broken down into, I do felonies, but I also do the abused and neglected children cases. So we're appointed on almost every one of those because every parent needs an attorney. So the public defender gets one, we get one, and then we have the juvenile cases. So
just between two, you do 500 cases.
Oh,
clients we're talking about. It depends between, the numbers that talked about 425, it varies. But the files can be 1,500 each.
But the cases are 500.
Yeah, clients.
250.
Clients.
You do 250 a year and he does 250 a year. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lasser?
So are y'all bound by the same requirement that Witcher and the PDO offices, whatever they say, they can only take X amount of this amount of cases, or is that different because they're in the PDO? I'm just.
That's a personal decision. There's ABA standards, but when you've done this for an extended amount of time, you become very efficient with it.
And you might have also been aware there was that study that was done about a year ago nationwide where they talked about public defender offices and how many cases they should take based on the number of hours that is averaged or expected to average for each type of case. And those are the numbers that would say that they need 10 new attorneys or whatever at the public defender's office. I don't think, based on our experience, that those numbers are quite correct for how much time is involved with us. I think we handle cases a lot more efficiently than what those projected numbers from that study did. But it's the exact same thing. We're supposed to only have so many cases, and there really isn't a set number. It's just we have to be able to make sure we can represent all of our clients as needed. And if we have too many cases and we can't represent them, that's where the problem comes. But it's the same standard for us, the public defender's office, and frankly, any of the private attorneys as well.
But I haven't hit that number yet where I can't do it,
So essentially, because of your experience, you're more efficient because you can move through some of them, so you don't feel like it's a drag. Where perhaps in the PDO office, he may have younger attorneys and they can't keep up with that.
I've done 132 trials to a verdict, and so I know exactly what's going to happen in the courtroom, and I can analyze a police report very quickly and determine what I have to work with. And then, so where a new attorney doesn't have that experience.
Gotcha. Well, maybe we should get you a couple of extra experienced attorneys. Maybe we should get you a couple of experienced attorneys.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Is there any other questions for Paul and Brett?
So I'm looking at about 57 years of experience. That's pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was a third year in law school when he was a first year, and that's a while ago.
Back in 1994.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you look at the Public Defender's Office and the State's Attorney's Office, there's very few of their attorneys that have been around as long as we have.
And I'm not saying anything against public defenders, it's just they got a lot of new attorneys and, new attorneys, it's like a new plumber. It takes a while to, yeah.
I'll be funny later.
Great comparison. Well, thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll get Judge Kaczynski to.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Nice meeting you.
$250 each, right? I mean, the experience counts, right? But 37.
Next on our agenda is City of Rapid City's GIS Rapid Map, and they're not here. But we've typically, that's a partnership between Pennington County and GIS that we normally split the costs on that. That is for $278,162, and that's in your books. So with that, we'll move on to the next one, which is Complete Health. And I see Mr. Tim Turnhart's here. Did I pronounce that wrong, Tim? I'm pretty good at that.
You do pretty well. Thank you guys, as always, for taking the time to hear and consider our request. We are coming to you again for Complete Health. We're a federally qualified health center, and so we provide medical, dental, mental health, and pharmaceutical care to everyone in the community. But we provide care on a sliding scale for those that qualify. So those that are 200% below the federal poverty line, we provide them basically with discounted care. And for those folks that are considered to be homeless and they're living on the street, we provide them care at no cost. We cover all the cost of that, so they can come in and see one of our providers, get lab work done, get medications, and so it doesn't cost them anything. So last year we saw about 32,000 visits in total, roughly about 10, 11,000 patients in total. Of that, roughly about 2,200 of them were uninsured, and roughly just under 800 were actually considered to be homeless. What we do with the Pennington County allocation that you guys have awarded us before is we consider to be a pretty innovative thing. And in fact, most of the community health centers across the country, I just had the president of the National Association and took a look at this and said, what you guys are doing here is pretty innovative in what you're doing. So what we do is we take the money that you guys provide us, and essentially, we, as a community health center, we qualify to buy inexpensive meds under the 340B program because we serve so many low-income individuals. And so we can buy meds extra cheap is what that works out. So I talked to my pharmacist director today, and just to give you an idea, like Xarelto, typical blood thinner that we might prescribe. Retail cost for that is roughly about $525 for a 30-day supply on that. So if a pharmacy, that's what we would have to pay basically to buy that. And typically an insured patient, if they were to buy that and go to Walgreens or something like that, their typical copay would probably be about $100 that their portion of that would be, and then their insurance would pick up the remaining costs. And typically it would pay out to that pharmacy. They'd pay about $500 for the mud, and they'd make about $600 roughly for prescribing that medicine. They make about $100 profit is what they do. Because we get 340B sort of pricing, what that means is that we can buy that med much cheaper than that $525 or whatever that total is. We can probably buy that typically. It kind of varies from day to day, but typically it's under $10 that we have to pay for that. And so the advantage for us is that then if there is somebody who comes in who's obviously insured, we collect that $100 copay, and then we can submit it to that insurance, and you can make that $600 profit off of that, which is pretty good. The idea being that you have to be able to show how you're using that to help the uninsured, help those that are really low income. So what we do with our Pennington County money basically then is that what we'll do is we'll collect a portion of that from the patient, equitable basically to what somebody would pay that would be uninsured. And then we use our Pennington County money basically to augment that. So they'll pay about 25%. Pennington County funds we use for the other 75%. And we can submit that and basically to leverage your money that you guys provide us to roughly about $400,000. $450,000 on an annual basis. So what does that mean? That means that basically there are some meds that we can't buy through the 340B med program, which are incredibly valuable. So I'll tell you a story about Melanie, a patient of ours, not her real name, but she's been a patient of ours for about 4 or 5 years, diabetic, hepatitis C, struggles with a lot of addiction issues that she's dealt, homeless, and she also suffers from some severe bipolar. And so late last year, we were able to get her onto, I got to look here and see, was Aristada, an injectable long-lasting medication. So injectable, they get it basically once, it lasts 30 days. Much more, adherence that you can get for a patient like that onto that. She's been able to really turn her life around, that now she's been clean. Last I heard, she's reconnected with her family, her children, who would kind of cut her off. She's planning on relocating basically to where her family is so that she can kind of get away from some of the substance use sort of things like that. Found a place to live, things like that. Before that, she was cycling in and out of the emergency room, things like that. The challenge with that particular med is it's not covered by 340B. We can't get it. And that's that 30-day supply, that's roughly $2,000, $2,500 for that particular, which is obviously out of the range for most people to be able to provide that. We can use basically that money that we made from that Xarelto to cover that Aristada and to assist that particular patient in making progress. So that's kind of what we do. And so you guys' funds is really helpful for us. I can't pay for somebody's copay. It's illegal for me to do that, but the county can help us pay for that copay. And so it allows us basically to submit to that insurance. So, questions?
Any questions?
Does that make sense?
Here.
Ms. Hackett?
No questions. I just know a lot of the people that are at the motels that we have, they use your services and they appreciate you very much. So
thank you.
Thank you for what you guys do for our community and not just for my businesses, but I really appreciate what you do. I always hear some really good compliments about you guys, and just the cost savings that you do for people is huge.
I got a great staff.
And it saves lives. That's the bottom line.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
And Tim, I've been on the board with you, and my background's medical, so whenever we can keep individuals from having to go to the emergency room to spend that kind of money at the emergency room, and it costs the county or the state or whatnot, and you're able to offset it by utilizing these funds, it's a better use of the funding and we get more out of it to make sure that we're not having to pay more money somewhere else. So, thank you.
Next, Tim, I'll agree with the two comments that were made. I mean, that's, to be able to leverage that to get more money to help more people is a good thing. That's a good positive deal. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the board? That was a good story.
No, I don't think so. Some numbers and some stories. That's what I wanted to share with you guys today. So,
all right. Is there any further questions from the board? Seeing none? Thanks, Tim.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Next, we have West River Mental Health. I'll recognize Amy Iverson.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Amy Iverson, CEO, West River Mental Health. Thank you for allowing me to come and make this request today. As in the past, we're just requesting the approximately $100,000 in funding that will help support providing services to people with mental illnesses, Pennington County residents that we're serving. We serve on average about 3,500 individuals from Pennington County, many of them low-income individuals, individuals that wouldn't qualify for services elsewhere, wouldn't be able to get services elsewhere due to the serious nature of their mental illness. So a lot of folks with very serious mental illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, we don't turn anyone away due to inability to pay. So this funding helps cover some of those costs that we have when we serve people through a sliding fee scale, or if we're providing services that aren't billable to some of our funding streams. One good example is one of the things that we provide to keep people stable in the community is daily medication drops. So we're going to their home every day, taking their antipsychotic medication to them, making sure they're taking that. We try to have other services at that same time so that we can have a billable contact via a Medicaid biller, but sometimes it's not, and sometimes it's just a med drop and keeping them stable, and we're going in sometimes twice a day, and so that helps cover our staffing costs related to some of those services that aren't billable to some of our funding streams. So this funding is critical to helping us just kind of covering some of those things and making sure we're able to continue serving individuals in Pennington County and really keeping them stable. And so by doing that, then, we're keeping them stable in their housing. We're hopefully, working with landlords as much as possible, making sure they're cleaning their apartment, doing tasks of daily living, in addition to managing their mental health symptoms, providing those medications and counseling services as needed. So we appreciate the support you provided in the past. It's very helpful in kind of covering some of those things, and we just asked for that same amount again this year.
Amy, is there any questions, comments from Ms. Haga?
You guys do a wonderful job as well. Cost savings and what could happen if we don't have you, we already know from experience. So thank you for what you guys do, Amy. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, it says you've seen 771 people last year. Is that correct?
That would be at Pivot Point. So that was our first year of operations at Pivot Point, opening in February with assessment services, and then we opened our beds the beginning of August. And so that's a partial year and partial service. So this next year now, this next fiscal year, we'll have the calendar year and then fiscal year, we'll have the full service open. And so those numbers have already increased substantially at Pivot Point. So we're serving a lot of folks in that facility right now, and I think really meeting a need in this community that had been present for quite some time in having that crisis support available to individuals. And the great part about it is because we're an accredited community mental health center, we have all those other services available. So once we stabilize them at Pivot Point and get them back on meds, we can follow them into the community, providing those other wraparound services to hopefully keep them stable or to get them back to Pivot Point quickly if they start to decompensate. And that's been working really well. We have some great examples of clients of ours that otherwise without Pivot Point would have ended up probably in the emergency department, probably contact with law enforcement, that we were able to prevent just in having that service under our umbrella and getting them into it quickly as we're monitoring people very closely. So when that decompensation starts to happen, we can get them in. So when I come back next year, we'll certainly have a lot higher numbers for our Pivot Point side of our business.
So I'm interested in this drop med that you guys do. I mean, that's very interesting because that's going to the client and getting them their meds, and it's also giving you a visual and a check on seeing what's happening with them. And sometimes just that contact is helpful too. So, I mean, I really think that's a good program.
Yeah, it's really important because that's how we're seeing what's going on. Are they showering every day? Are they taking care of themselves? It's pretty easy to tell if they haven't been taking their meds because you're seeing that happen right in front of you. So our staff have eyes on that, and they do that symptom assessment and monitoring daily.
Great, appreciate that. Any further questions from the commission?
Not here.
So we're good.
All
Thank
right.
you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pennington County Council on Aging. Doris, is she here?
I do not see Doris in.
You are the rep. Do you have anything you want to say?
I can say that I've been on that committee for maybe 3 years, and I feel that's appropriate with considering my age. So, I can see where some of these folks are needing, you know, the Meals on Wheels and transportation, and we don't probably see it in our everyday lives, but I think the folks that we help with transportation and meals, I think that money is very well spent. And now we're working with Prairie Hills Transit, and they're based in Hill City, and getting folks from Hill City in the Keystone area to Rapid City for medical appointments, and I think that's a good step forward as well.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Next, I had added on to our agenda, the Humane Society, and I'll recognize, Sheriff Brian Mueller.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Brian Mueller. And just real quick, and I didn't put anything together on this, you probably all saw the email from the Humane Society. I think they sent it to all of you and copied Holly. They didn't send it to us on Friday. And we've got quite a history of dealing with the Humane Society under the Sheriff's Office in the county, and I can tell you, I don't remember exactly what year it was that we canceled services with them because they raised Rapid City and Pennington County's rate. They tried to raise our rate, if I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head, to $150,000 or $175,000, and this is probably 15 years ago, I'm guessing. And at the time, the commission said, you know, we're not doing an increase like that, so they canceled the service. And the sheriff's office actually ran the Humane Society function for about a year and a half. And at that time, we were disposing of animals. We were going through doing the quarantine and doing all the work the Humane Society was doing. So we knew that they were doing really good work out there, and it was not a really good utilization of our deputies' time. So we sat down, renegotiated a contract, and I think it's been about 15 years ago at that $50,000 rate. And at that time, what we did was establish daily rates. I worked closely with Jay Alderman at the time. We used their budget at the time. We established daily rates, processes by statute as to how long, if an animal was turned in, they had to maintain that animal before they could euthanize it or put it up for adoption. We negotiated rates on if they decided not to euthanize the animal after, I think by law it's after 3 days, they could either euthanize the animal or they could put that animal up for adoption. And our agreement with them at the time was they put the animal up for adoption, then they would keep all the proceeds related to the adoption and eat any other animal boarding costs going forward. So we worked that out. And I believe for a year or two, we actually tracked month by month all of the work that they did, and paid them anywhere between $35,000 and $55,000 roughly for a couple of years. And then we came to the agreement, instead of tracking all of that, we would just have them send a monthly report just to see if what they were doing was fairly consistent, and if so, we would just pay the $50,000 rate, because the accounting that we were putting into tracking it was pretty significant for the dollar amount that we were paying. So we agreed that that would be the dollar amount, and we've kind of left it that way for the last several years. I can tell you that our contract allows that if they get a large seizure or something outside the norm, that they can bill us. We had a couple of those over the years where they seized really large number of animals, and we had to pay an additional $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 for boarding while they went through the court process. So we've got a good process worked out. But their board has overchanged a number of times. Their leadership has overchanged a number of times, and we haven't heard much from them in the last couple of years. Last year, they came forward and had a request to increase the contract to $75,000, but they hadn't been sending us for several months. They hadn't been sending us the monthly report as to the animals that they were taking care of in the county. And in the last couple of times that we went and looked at that, some of the animals that they were claiming under the county were actually coming in from other jurisdictions, Custer County, Fall River County. They were not Pennington County animals. So we told them last year when they came forward with the request that we need to get back on track with the monthly reporting. They went back and recreated the reports from Pennington County Animals for the year. And our captain was Chris Heislip at the time from the patrol division, figured it up based on the rates that we'd agreed on years ago. And the rates probably aren't still accurate, but they've never updated it, that the work that they actually didn't justify a $75,000, $25,000 increase to $75,000. So we told them they needed to get their paperwork together, send that to us. We could track it for another year and see where we were. And frankly, haven't heard much from them until recently. They did reach out, and I think an individual, maybe even an individual employer that wasn't on the board reached out and said that they were having some financial issues and were going to need a big increase. We reached out, talked to the board, and they said that individual was acting on their own, not as part of the board. But then a couple of days later, you all received the email that they're asking for an increase of to the contract at just over $182,000. So I guess I'm here today I'm not pitching that we pay the $182,000, but I would like, there's no statutory authority the sheriff has with the animal control stuff. That's just a relationship that we've developed together, that you've put that under our office to track. So going forward with negotiations, I guess I'm just looking for some direction. If you would like my staff to be able to go out and go through that process and bring a product back, or if you want to assign a commissioner or two to do that, I'm good either way.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lester.
So, Sheriff, is this like I don't know if I'm going to ask the right question. Is this something that, I understand the Humane Society, I understand what they do, I understand there's animals out there, we got to get them off the streets and all that kind of stuff. Is this something that typically a nonprofit just takes over? Because there's several in the state, most of them pair up with the sheriff's department or with the commissions or with the municipalities and try to work through that? Or is this kind of a different deal? Because my two daughters work at a Humane Society and not this one in town, and I don't know they get their stuff through private donations. So I'm just I know a little bit, so that's why I'm asking the question I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think almost every community does it just a little bit different. There's not a cookie cutter response to it. I know, Custer County, for example, has an individual down there for a number of years who ran a no-kill shelter, and just through donations. I don't even know if the county contributed money. Maybe they did a little bit. But the county does have a little bit of an obligation when it comes to vicious animals, animals at large, those types of things. The county does have an obligation to do some of that, and we found out when we didn't have the contract exactly what that looked like, and it was a fair amount of work. So I do think there's a benefit to the county partnering together with the Humane Society, but I just think we have to get a little bit more comfortable with what the real number is, and not just jumping on this $182,000, because I do think when we looked at the number of animal calls that they had a year ago, I don't see how we get to that $182,000 mark.
Thank you.
Well, I would probably suggest that you reach out and talk to them, work out what you need to do before we come back to us. I got the email too, and I was just about as shocked as you to go from one to one extreme to another. And I do know that there's been changeover, and it's tough in different directions. And so I'd be interested in hearing that. And I don't know if there's a commissioner on the commission that would be interested in sitting down with that or not, or just leave it up to the sheriff. I'm thinking it's your ball.
I'm happy to do it. We'll have our staff sit down with them, and I think a good starting point would be to update their wage sheet that we've been running off of for 15 years now. Maybe we've updated it once or twice, but certainly it hasn't been an annual review. There definitely need to be some adjustment, and there might be a little bit of money involved, but hopefully we're not to the point where we're at over 300% increase with no notice.
Yeah, the numbers would be nice to be able to see.
I'll bring that back to you as soon as we can. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our additional outside requests. We haven't received anything from Elevate, and we don't have libraries included. Correct, or they're not here.
They weren't invited.
They weren't invited, okay. So at this point, commissioners, we did establish another special meeting for July 18th on Thursday at 8 o'clock in the morning to go over the budget. Cindy, could you go over a little bit of where we're at with the budget? So people watching, I know you gave it at the very beginning yesterday. I think Mr. Lasker did it very good about where we're at, what's included in the budget, what's not. Because the budget right now is included with the wage study. And if I remember right, Mr. Lasker made the comment there's 300,000 left over.
Say that again?
Didn't you say that, as the budget set, you read through and we'd have 300,000 to work with?
If you take just what Cindy gave us in her sheet, and if you look at, and if you take the pay raises, the wage scale study, and you have that in there, only, no other additions, it only gives us 300,000. Am I correct, Cindy? Is that kind of how I'm reading it? None of the extra additions.
There's no FTEs in there and no increase in operations or anything, is that what you're saying? Just, you're only looking at the personnel piece?
I'm just looking at the simple fact that we're starting the year, we only get to add $2.5 million. If you take, based on the CPI.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And if you add, once you add that wage study number, which is, it's 3.6, but the way they show the offer, 900,000 comes out of general fund. I think I understood what that was, and how that breakout was. It only leaves us $300,000 to play with. No big increases. I mean, no $600,000 phone system. No, I mean, if I am understanding the reading of that, is that correct?
In the use of the new tax dollars, yes.
Correct.
Looking at the big picture, we don't have $300,000 to play with.
Well, yeah, and maybe that's a bad term. Maybe that's a bad word.
I get where you're going with the new tax dollars, yes.
Correct. That's really what I was getting out of the new tax dollars. That means anything above and beyond that is, I mean, we may have to do some cutting. If we're going to reach to the 18%.
So the 600,000 for the phones wasn't included in our budget?
Yes, it was.
That was.
It wasn't here.
Along with everything else.
I guess I should have clarified, and that's why I said at the very end, if we're going to reach back up to where our reserves at 20% or 18%, we're going to have to cut stuff. Because this is showing us with a reserve at roughly 14 or 16%.
13.
13, yeah, see.
That's
Significant.
kind of where I was getting at, is where we're at right now. That way
Yeah, we're at
with
looking at a
it was
13.2% unassigned fund balance at the end of 2025.
and that's what's included that was presented today with no FTEs.
No new FTEs.
No new
But it does
FTEs.
implement the new wage scale as was recommended by the compensation committee.
Thanks for helping me limp along in there, Cindy. I think you knew what I was getting at.
I knew where you were going, yes.
So that's where we're at.
Yes, that is where we're at. And I would like to, meet with you. I can meet with a couple of you at a time, just to go over some of where fund balances have been. I gave you, that sheet was in your packet of the different fund balances, what it would look like, what it would have looked like had we used the assigned to next year fund balances. And I know in looking at that sheet, there was a lot of numbers, so I'd kind of like to be able to go through that a little bit more with you individually so you can ask those questions. And then when we come back on the 18th, we can look and see how is it that you really want to do the reserve? Do you want to start including some of the unassigned or the assigned fund balances so that we know where we're at as far as you know, how it would be looked at for bonding.
So I guess my question is the commissioners, is Cindy has put out a request. She'd like to meet with each individual commissioner and kind of go over any questions that they have, or she wants to explain.
I mean, I can go through that if you would like me to. I'll pull it up and I can go through it.
Or you could meet with a
But I
couple.
know that there's, you know, there's a lot of different pieces to that. Might be easier to sit down and be able to go through it and put things on paper and change
Yeah.
numbers and.
I know I'm willing to do it.
I always go talk to Cindy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deb and I are gonna chat on
That
Friday,
sounds
so
like a perfect plan. It seems
Take
like
a
we
look
got a
at everybody
consensus
a
on the
little bit.
board. We'll just have to set up a schedule, and I think that's a good idea. Then we can narrow down what commissioners can rethink what they want to bring up on the 18th.
Well, I think it would mean with her, it's gonna kind of justify some of that stuff instead of freaking out people up here by what we say, because we're just talking about it in a way that we don't know the numbers, we don't know where we're going with it. And Cindy can justify it before, and then we can justify when we come up here. For me, that's a lot easier than telling people, no, not today, and then the 18th go, okay, once I looked at it, okay, we're good to go. So for me, I just got to look at all the information.
And I think you got a list going, Holly, of the unfunded FTEs, some of those requests that are above and beyond. That's not included in the budget.
Well,
Presented.
Mr. Chair, I do have a list of items that I believe the board either had questions on or that are items that should be voted on and addressed. So yes, I do have that list
Okay.
going.
And you'll get that out to us.
I can certainly do that before the 18th if that is the
That would be
wish.
fantastic. That gives all the commissioners a chance to kind of do some research on those and see where they want to go.
And then direction for the 18th. I know we're gonna talk about the reserves and what you'd like to see for reserves. Any other direction as far as preparation for the 18th? Do you want me to do a budget, adding everything in to show where that would be? Or just adding some of it in,
I think it'd be good to add everything in.
add everything in, and then we can work backwards if we need to, which,
For me.
okay.
Mr. Chair, I asked for just from Holly, a kind of a report so that we could see the impact of the, if we had the, you know, outside of the wage study, if we just kept the same as we've done before in the past, and then with the wage study, the impact of it. I think that would be good for them to see if they all wanted it, since you've already done the work on it.
Yeah, we would like to be able to go through that line by line and bring additional information back to the board to verify. So we'll certainly do that and
Okay.
so you can see the exact impact of the wage study by department as Commissioner Hadcock requested.
Okay.
Chair.
Hadcock.
Holly, do you have any history on Gallagher, what that cost us, what to implement, what Condrey, any of that from the past of how much it cost when we started doing Gallagher or Condrey?
We do have some of that history, yes.
I don't know if everybody wants that, but I would like to see that. Maybe I just need to meet with you on it, but I
And it
appreciate
depends on
that.
exactly how you're asking. It might not be comparing apples to apples. You know, a lot of us still aren't sure exactly how they came up with their numbers. So, I mean, we can provide what actual approved budgets were from year to year.
But just how much we paid them to do that, and
Presented.
then I can look at the budgets and see how much it was affected by the year. So if we just knew how much we paid them, and I know the basics since I was here on some of it, so I'll just look that up myself, so you don't have to, but just how much we were paying them to do that Gallagher study back in the day when they met with all the job descriptions and.
The actual cost of the study itself,
Yes.
I believe was 80,000 for Gallagher.
Yeah.
But I can double check that number.
If you would. And then I can look at the numbers and the changes over the years from the Gallagher.
And all of those are worked into the budget that you're working on right now. There isn't anything that you need to add over and above for any of the changes that have been made to wages over the last few years. That has all been rolled into what you are seeing right now.
Right. I just am looking at the 2023 to 2025 wages and how much that has changed using the wage scale that we've had and the exceptions that we've done have been extreme, I think, for me. And then adding a wage scale with department heads, I believe, for me, I have some questions on that, so thank you.
I'm satisfied with what has been brought forward so far. This is the budget that was presented to us with the wage study as is. And as you said, it'd be 13.8, no FTEs, no nothing. That's what it is. So for me, if I wanted to incorporate this, I'd have to find cuts to do FTEs or others.
I will bring back, yes, on the 18th, and I'll get it to you before then, but what the numbers would be if we have all of the new FTEs included in there, and then where our reserves would be.
Yeah.
And, as I said before, just looking at how the reserves were calculated before versus how we've been calculating them since I've been auditor and only looking at the unassigned fund balance. 13% unassigned fund balance is not detrimental, I don't think, to our bond rating. But, if we go down this road with continuing with the wage study, which I think we should, I know everybody agreed that we do have to do something to maintain our employees and to be able to recruit new employees. So going down to 13% is not a horrible thing, but it is something that we can't continue to tick away at our reserves.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Laster.
And there's one other thing, and maybe it's just rumblings or hearings or things that are misconceptions that I have, but I know some of the departments, they fill out all their FTEs, and or if they lose an employee, they fill out the FTE in a couple of months or whatever. But some, if I remember correctly over the years, there's some departments that have 5 or 6 unfilled FTEs every year. And maybe 5 or 6 is too high, maybe there's 2, or maybe there's 3, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I'd like to know any department that consistently doesn't have all of their FTEs filled and how many, because they have to budget for them if they get someone in there. And so that's in the budget. I'd like to know, every department, if they have unfilled FTEs, over the last 3 years or something. And especially if they've consistently have 3 that are empty or whatever. I know they may be rotating them, and I get that, but if they end up being 3 short every year, never filling them, I think that'd be good information, because then we know which ones are having added budget costs, and maybe it's something we discussed on the 18th and say, well, wait a minute, you've got 6 that you're consistently not filling, your budget's increased by that amount, how about you reduce it by 3 of them, just to kind of help us get into our zone that we need to look at. I'm just things that I'm looking at.
I get what you're saying, because you could use that for the attorney's office. They're probably consistently 1 short by time, 1 quits, and 1 gets hired on.
And I think 1's not a big deal, but the ones that have, I've heard, times that, there's 3, 4, 5 consistently. It's good information to know.
Okay.
Hopefully, if we go to the new wage scale, if that's all approved, we won't have those kinds of things anymore.
It's very possible.
Is there any other direction we want to give to the auditor, or any more information? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.